We've got some elected officials in the audience. Mike Hammond. General Nichols is not elected anymore, but he is a county officer, and Chris Davis with the Election Commission, and I think I see Superintendent Riswick. Okay, perfect. Thank you guys for being here. I will now turn it over to Commissioner Thompson for the devotion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, given that we're still in July, I thought it was still fitting that we continue to celebrate the 250th birthday of our nation. And so with the devotional, I thought I'd take a little twist and look back at how our founders and how they viewed the faith and Christianity. So I title it, Have We Forgotten That Powerful Friend? Have you ever noticed that every defining moment in the birth of our nation begins the same way? I hadn't either. Like most Americans, I knew the names, Washington, Jefferson, and Franklin. I knew the dates and the events, but when I began reading the original documents for myself, I noticed something I had somehow missed. At every defining moment in America's founding, the men shaping this nation acknowledged that God was already there. That caught my attention because the story begins in Philadelphia in September of 1774 with the First Continental Congress. Before there was a Declaration of Independence or a Revolutionary War, and before anyone debated or casted a vote, they bowed their heads. The Reverend Jacob Duché prayed, "O Lord, our Heavenly Father, high and mighty King of kings and Lord of lords." After 2 hours, he closed. All of this we ask in the name and through the merits of Jesus Christ, thy Son and our Savior. Amen. John Adams later wrote that the prayer deeply moved the delegates. Think about that for a second. Before America declared her independence, she first declared her dependence upon Almighty God. 2 years later, the Declaration of Independence answered a question that still matters today: where do our rights come from? It didn't point to government, it pointed to God. It speaks of the laws of nature and nature's God. It declares we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. It appeals to the supreme judge of the world, and it closes with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence. Again, before America declared her independence, she declared her dependence upon her Creator. After declaring that our rights come from our Creator, Thomas Jefferson wrote those words that stayed with me after I read them. Jefferson was an imperfect man, as were all of the founders. History rightly remembers those imperfections, but in the original draft of the Declaration, he condemned the slave trade as a violation of the most sacred rights of life and liberty. Congress removed those words to preserve unity among the colonies because Georgia and South Carolina opposed it. That tells me something important. The men were imperfect, but the principle was not. If our rights truly come from God, then no man has the right to take away what God has given another. The truth remained true, even when the men who declared it sometimes failed to live by it. Then came 8 long years of war. When peace finally arrived in 1783, Great Britain formally recognized the United States through the Treaty of Paris. When I read the first line of that treaty, I stopped. It begins, "In the name of the most holy and undivided Trinity." It then acknowledges that it has pleased the divine providence to bring about peace. Once again, at another defining moment in our nation's birth, we find an acknowledgement of Almighty God. 4 years later, the war was over, but the Constitutional Convention was struggling to agree on how to govern the nation they had fought so hard to create. And 81-year-old Benjamin Franklin reminded the delegates what they had almost forgotten. He said, "In the beginning of the contest with Great Britain, we had daily prayer in this room for the divine protection. Our prayers were graciously answered." Then he asked a question that reaches across centuries. Have we now forgotten that powerful friend? Or do we imagine we no longer need his assistance? Franklin continued, "The longer I live, the more convincing proofs I see of this truth, that God governs in the affairs of men." Then quoting the words of Jesus, he asked, "If a sparrow cannot fall to the ground without his notice, is it probable that an empire can rise without his hand?" Finally, quoted Psalm 127, "Except the Lord build the house, they labor in vain that build it." Franklin understood something we should never forget. A nation can be founded by brilliant men, but it cannot endure without the blessing of Almighty God. George Washington later warned, "Religion and morality are indispensable supports, not helpful or beneficial, indispensable." He also wrote, to the distinguished character of patriot, it should be our greatest glory to add the more distinguished character of Christian. John Adams added, our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. As I finished reading those documents, I realized something. The Constitution, Declaration, and Treaty of Paris haven't changed. God's word hasn't changed. Maybe the question isn't whether America has changed, but maybe the question is whether we have. Have we become so confident in ourselves that we've forgotten the powerful friend to whom our founders repeatedly turned? The psalmist answered that question thousands of years before America was founded. Benjamin Franklin repeated it during America's founding, and it remains just as true today. Except the Lord build the house, they labor in vain that build it. Would you join me in prayer? Heavenly Father, we come before you with grateful hearts, acknowledging that every good and perfect gift comes from you. Thank you for your providence throughout the history of our nation. Thank you for the men and women who sought your wisdom during its founding and acknowledged that liberty is your gift, not man's invention. Forgive us when we have become so proud and rely only on our own understanding. Grant us wisdom through your Holy Spirit as we serve the people of Knox County. Help us to lead with integrity, justice, and mercy. May we always seek your guidance, trust in your providence, and remember that unless you build the house, our labor is in vain. We ask these things in the name of Jesus Christ, your Son, our Savior and Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. I'll now turn it over to Commissioner Durant for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tonight, to lead us in the pledge, we have some special guests. I would at this time invite them to come up to the stage as I introduce them. This is Troop 30, led by Scoutmaster Matt McConnell, and it includes Landon Reeser, Kennedy, and I'm sorry if I butcher this, Mugamuzi, Cruz Marrero, Carter Anderson, Colton Ward, Orrin Van, Audie Van, Finn Durrett, and Corrigan Hightower. Please stand if you are able and face our nation's flag.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We appreciate that. All right, we are on to the amendments of the agenda, and they are as follows. Additions is number 21, 35, and 42. Again, that's additions 21, 35, and 42. Defer to August is 35, 43, 47, 48, 49, and 52. Again, defer to August, 35, 43, 47, 48, 49, and 52. The withdrawals is number 38. Non-consent, 36, 37, 44, 45, 46, 50, 51, and 53 through 63. So one more time, non-consent, 36, 37, 44, 45, 46, 50, 51, and 53 through 63. Any further amendments to the agenda? Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there are no objections, I would appreciate the courtesy of this commission of adding the emergency ordinance of the Commission in Knox County, amending the county code law enforcement to add a new Article 3 for the purpose of establishing limitations on the deployment of surveillance technology within Knox County while preserving legitimate law enforcement and emergency responsible capabilities.
I second that.
All right, and if I'm not mistaken, we have to have a vote on this because this has to be accepted unanimously, correct?
That is
Director
correct.
Moyers?
That is correct.
All right. let's just open it up, do it on our tablet. So if you are in agreement to put the emergency ordinance on the agenda tonight, yes, and if you're not, no. Commissioner Durant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this an approval of the agenda as a whole, or just to add this to
This
the
is-
agenda and
this is
then we
just-
approve the
yes.
agenda as a whole?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
And Madam Chair, if I could,
Yes.
just for clarification, this still will require 2 readings.
If it's, yes, if it's not accepted as an emergency ordinance.
No,
Oh, it
No,
is
either
2
way, it has to be-
readings? Oh, it is 2 readings.
because it's being introduced without the usual notice that's required for an ordinance, the only way it can go on tonight is an emergency ordinance under the provisions of Section 2.9 of the Charter. If it gets unanimous approval to go on the commission agenda tonight, then it will have to pass by 2/3 vote and then would be taken up for a second reading at the next commission
The
meeting.
second meeting, yeah. Okay.
And the only reason it was presented as an emergency ordinance was because the ordinance itself wasn't rushed, but the decision to bring it forward, there just wasn't enough public notice time. So this, I do feel like this does deserve 2 readings as a normal ordinance. It's just the time to bring it forward didn't allow for a normal process.
Okay. And I guess this is probably as good a time, Commissioner Frazier, I'll let you go.
I didn't push anything.
Yeah, you're on the,
It
Okay.
wiped out.
okay, sorry about that. I did personally speak to Sheriff Spangler a few minutes ago before the meeting. He did share that not one politician who has had a problem with the flock cameras have reached out to him personally. He wanted to remind everyone that he is an elected constitutional officer over Knox County Sheriff's Office, and that, in essence, and I am quoting the sheriff, there has not been an emergency to qualify this, and this looks like political grandstanding. So that is Sheriff Spangler, and he asked me to pass that along, so I did. All right. Yes, so if you'll open the vote on the emergency ordinance, and that's the only thing we're voting on right now.
Madam Chair, I'm not looking for conflict here. But as far as political grandstanding, there's nothing political here for me in this. It was just, I'm representing my constituents, and what I've heard and the conversations and questions that we've had and what's happened, there's no political grandstanding. I'm not trying to prove a point. As I've said to other folks in the public, this is not emotional for me. I would have presented this in the normal process, but the time didn't allow. I was hoping that the resolution would have opened that conversation, and so that's where we are. I'm just asking to get it on the agenda so that we can discuss it. Thank you.
Okay. And like I say, I'm just sending the message from Sheriff Spangler that he asked me to share. All right, so we are voting on the emergency ordinance for the amendment to get on the agenda. Then we will go back and vote on the amendment of the agenda. So open voting, please. You may change your voting. All right, and close voting. And, well, it shows that it passed, but it's not unanimous.
It had to be unanimous.
Yeah, okay. All right, so now we are back to the amendments on the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve? Got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Rawls and a second by Commissioner Durant. Any discussion? Seeing none, open voting, please. Okay. Turn it that way. Okay. Sorry about that. All right, you may change your vote. And voting is closed. and that passed. Next item, Madam Clerk.
The next item is the education consent calendar.
Do I have a motion to approve? Got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Jay and a second by Commissioner Rawls. Any discussion? Seeing none, open voting, please. You may change your vote. Voting is closed, and that passed. Next item, please.
General government consent calendar.
All right, do I have a motion to approve? I've got a motion to approve by Commissioner Jay, second by Commissioner Rawls. Any discussion? Seeing none, open voting, please. Commissioner Thompson and Commissioner Jay. All right, close voting, and that passed. Next item, please.
Item number 35 has been deferred to August, so the next item is public forum, agenda items only.
All right. We have got a slew of public forum, so we will be doing 3 minutes. When you come to the podium, I don't think so, whoever comes first, turn on the little man on the black box and state your name and county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to address commission, and the first is Christian Breeden. Thank you, Commissioner Jay. Okay. Next person is Justin Kofer. Angus Crilly. Ashley Graham Smith. Daniel Stidham. David Coax. I'm not sure if that's right. Yulia Nimkina. Looks like we got one. Come on down. I feel like Bob Barker. If you'll state your name and county of residence, please.
Yes, my name is Yulia Nimkina, and I live in Knox County. My name is Yulia, and I live in Knox County. Commissioners, I am here to speak about the proposal to ask more questions about flock automatic license plate readers before they are installed in the county, adopted through the sheriff's office. I very much support this resolution. I also believe that Knox County must not only ask for information, but put in local safeguards to make sure these systems are not abused. Flock has historically shown an overall disregard for concerns about misuse of their cameras by bad actors. It is up to you and the sheriff's office to put in guidelines to protect this county's residents. First, I'm concerned about the potential misuse of stored license plate data. Recently, more than 15 Georgia police officers have been put under investigation for using flock cameras to follow around family members and acquaintances. At least one of them, former Brazelton Police Department Chief Michael Steffman, was arrested for using LPRs for stalking and harassment. The Institute for Justice has identified at least 24 officers nationwide who misuse these cameras to stalk current or former romantic partners. As a woman, this is terrifying. All the surveillance was done without a warrant. No case, no suspicion of criminal activity, nothing signed. Flock cameras have also been used to search for cars at or around peaceful protests, intimidating people into surrendering their rights to free speech and assembly. What safeguards will we have in Knox County against abuse of these technologies for personal or political reasons? Do we really need to store everybody's groceries runs, dentist appointments, and other moments of private life for a whole 30 days, as is Flock's current policy? There are many states who have decided that they would rather delete this information earlier, and I urge you to consider this as well. In addition, because Flock shares information with other jurisdictions and even countries worldwide, unless there is an additional contract saying that they can't, we're allowing anybody who wants to, from wherever, follow Knox County residents around. Second, even only using Flock cameras to flag stolen cars can have issues. Flock allows their data to be checked against watch lists that do not comply with basic accuracy and reliability requirements as set in the 1974 United States Privacy Act. The LAPD recently canceled its contract with Flock because 1 out of every 3 cars it flagged as stolen were mistakes from old files. And if Flock does use updated lists, the AI often misreads the plates. For example, in Colorado, drivers were repeatedly pulled over due to vehicle misidentification, having to argue their innocence anew every time. Flock doesn't pay for mistakes like these, but real people do. People who get arrested for mismatch are traumatized by the violence of their arrest, spend their hours to months in jail, and have lost jobs and custody of their children. We deserve to be safe from unreasonable searches based on faulty information, and right now, this particular company has not proven itself capable of that.
Thank you, ma'am, I'm sorry. Thank you. I appreciate you coming down. All right, next speaker is Timothy Majka. Hope I didn't butcher that.
So, my name's Timothy Micah, Knox County.
Okay.
I'm talking about the same thing. I thought it was funny that Sheriff Spangler sent word to you, through you, Miss Oyster, but didn't show up and canceled his 3 o'clock meeting. I thought that was really funny, but I am just right on the back of the lady before me. I think it is terrible that Knox County Sheriff's Office didn't even want to show up to their meeting that they were talking about having earlier and that they talked about it Friday. Mayor Kane, unfortunately, only has 30 days left in office, but he did an interview outside and basically said everything I think a lot of us, or I, like to hear. And I think the lady before me said everything. I just like to say that I've seen that these are automated license plate readers, and but there is one at Plum Creek Park, and it's just facing the park. There's like a quarter of it facing the parking lot, but the rest of it's just facing the park. So I think that that's odd, and that there is definitely capabilities for these cameras to record much more data, and that Knoxville Police Department, the communications manager talked today about what someone needs to request information through the Flock system that KPD uses, and all that is required is a report number and a reason to look at a person of interest. And I think that is not enough to look up whoever they wanted. They can put in whatever report number, I'm sure, and just put a description. And I think, thank you, Adam Thompson, for bringing that up for the emergency injunction or whatever it's called. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Jim D.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jim D., and I'm a Knox County resident. I'm here to speak in support of the Sheriff's Office Flock camera program, and I want to address the concerns I've heard raised, including a video that's circulating this week of a former police officer telling a neighboring county's commissioners to remove their cameras. That speaker's strongest argument was real. A former Oak Ridge officer was indicted on 23 counts of official misconduct for misusing the flock and state database systems for personal reasons. That case is troubling, and I won't minimize it, but I want to be precise about what it proves. That officer wasn't stopped before he acted. He was caught afterward because every search he ran left a permanent record investigators could review, audit logs, deter and expose misuse after the fact. They don't prevent it in real time. That's not a weakness in the case for Flock. It's the point. The system turned a hidden abuse into a prosecutable case. The answer isn't to remove the tool that exposed the wrongdoing. It's to strengthen the auditing with proactive review and waiting for a complaint, or waiting for a complaint. The video also argued these cameras log innocent people going about their day. That's true only in the narrow sense that every plate is red. The cameras don't identify drivers, don't use facial recognition, and only alert on a match of a stolen vehicle, warrant, or missing persons database. Several Tennessee agencies like the Shelby County Sheriff's Office already publish exactly what's detected, what's prohibited, and how searches are audited in a public transparency portal. I'd like to see Knox County commit to that same transparency. On oversight, Sheriff Spangler and Mayor Jacobs already have agreed not to activate the Advanced Research and Communication Center until the county's questions on retention, access, auditing, and cybersecurity are answered. That should continue, backed by a published written policy, not just a private agreement. On cost, this program runs on a state grant of more than $1 million, $1.5 million, not new tax dollars. Equivalent coverage, in my opinion, in deputies would roughly be 120 more officers, which I would approve that, except it would cost the county about $12 million a year that we don't have. Flock isn't my ideal solution. More deputies would be, and it's fiscally realistic one. Commissioners, keep this program paired with published use policy, a public transparency portal, the regular independent audits. The same accounting that caught the Oak Ridge officer is the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. D, you're next for the wheel tax, so you can go ahead and I believe that he has
Submitted.
Must be getting frequent flyer points tonight. Again, my name is Jim D, and I reside in Knox County. Knox County voters are focused on several clear priorities: responsible spending, public safety, managing our rapid growth, affordable housing, and keeping our roads pace with development. Roads connect every one of those concerns of our voters and residents. As our population grows, traffic and maintenance costs grow with it. Voters expect those dollars to be spent wisely and accounted for transparently. That brings me to the wheel tax, the primary reason I'm here tonight. The $36 wheel tax generates $15.6 million a year, roughly 1% of the county's overall budget. Since it was created in 2004, it has funded projects like Hardin Valley Academy, senior centers, and parks. I understand a phase-out ordinance is working its way through the commission. And after being deferred, it's now back on this month's agenda. I want to offer a different path, one that respects taxpayers and protects county services. First, keep the rate at $36. On the handout that I've got for the commissioners, there's at the bottom corner, except for the clocks in the way, I created a QR code, and it tracks all 95 counties, and it's actively updated, that QR code. 57 counties have wheel tax, and I won't go into all the fees that are charged there, but anyway. Second, fix the accounting. The tax was originally sold to fund parks and a new downtown library, a library that we all know was never built. I asked this commission to direct Chris Caldwell, I believe, to do a public reconciliation of the wheel tax receipts against their legally authorized uses, including the transparent treatment of county clerk motor vehicle collection and administrative costs. If the revenue has drifted from its original intent, purpose, a motion to correct that allocation would restore public trust. I think that's called a ratification to our law director, I believe. Third, at a sunset, rather than repealing the tax outright or phasing it out, I would urge to adopt a date certain sunset, ending the wheel tax on December 31st, 2035, or earlier upon certification that Knox County's wheel tax supported debt obligations have been paid in full or otherwise retired. Other Tennessee counties already do this with their wheel taxes condition, Henry County and Scott County. Commissioners, the vote of Knox County, they trust you with their money. Keep the rate, fix the accounting, give the public a sunset they can count on. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker is Albert Venable. Oh, Mary Jane Morris. I'm sorry. I missed that.
We're on number 10.
Oh, yeah, I jumped all the way down.
Hello, I'm Mary Jane Morris. I reside in Knox County. I'm here in support of the resolution calling for more information about ARC and the flock camera system. Ultimately, I do stand in opposition to both the system itself and the reactive approach the Commission was forced to take after deployment began. Government works best when trust is built before technology is deployed, not after questions begin. It should be noted that Flock is just one of many companies deploying similar AI-powered surveillance technology across the country. If the concept of automated license plate readers concerns you, prepare yourself before researching companies like Leonardo or technologies such as Stingrays. Prioritizing this discussion and giving the public a chance to voice concerns about privacy, oversight, and accountability is needed. The CEO of Flock Safety has characterized those who oppose this surveillance system as criminals. In reality, we are ordinary citizens who obey the law, respect due process, and value privacy. Our privacy isn't something we notice we have. We notice when we don't have it. I appreciate Commissioner Thompson's request for more information about oversight policies, as well as Mayor Jacobs' call for legislation at the state and federal levels. The question should go even further to clarify the system's scope, safeguards, and intended use. There cannot be accountability if the public doesn't know who writes the rules and who can bypass them, and who audits the people with access. So I have a few questions to add. First, if these cameras are going to remain in place, what does success look like? How will it be measured? If success simply means collecting more data, then we'll always be told the answer is more and more cameras. If success means making our community safer, then let's define those benchmarks. What are our safety goals? Next, how was the number and placement of cameras determined? Why are nearly 300 needed in addition to the cameras operated by the city? Lastly, Flock allows certain license plates and vehicles to be placed on an exempt list, preventing them from being tracked. Who has been added to the Knox County's exempt list, under what authority, and for what reason? The public deserves a better understanding of how this agreement came together. Maybe it's my personal misunderstanding, but more transparency is needed regarding the grant, the negotiations, the decision-making process that led to its acceptance. How did the deployment of cameras happen when cameras weren't included in the text of the grant? If the mayor says the system has no place in Knox County, and this board states they weren't informed about the cameras when the grant was approved, who, that's going to be in office in a year, is advocating for this? Flock Safety has evolved from being described as a crime-fighting tool that also tracks everyone into a tracking tool that also fights crime. Across the country, we've already seen documented cases of misuse and abuse. What assurances do the people of Knox County have that the same will not happen here? Public trust is difficult to earn and easy to lose. Our elected officials should be strengthening that trust through transparency, oversight, and accountability, not creating new reasons for the public to question it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Next speaker is Tom Ruggles.
Tom Ruggles, Knox County resident. I think Spangler's comments are really going to express the point that I'm here to make today. This is the Knox County Commission. This is the highest body in Knox County that has oversight over the sheriff's office, which we spend $127 million on annually. And yet, unfortunately, there has been a culture of KCSO being a rogue organization that has perpetuated itself over the past at least decade here. And I'll make a couple quick examples as to how that has arisen. We'll recall more than 10 years ago, J.J. Jones pushed through the first 287G agreement to increase ICE's presence and collaboration with the sheriff's office. This was done without the vote of the commission, which at the time was illegal in the state of Tennessee. This body at the time, of course y'all weren't here at that point, did not do anything to retroactively try to fix that illegal implementation. Secondly, just last year, we saw the Knox County Sheriff's Office murder Davion St. Germain, doing a no-knock warrant and targeting a high school student in his home with no body cameras. What did this body do at that point to try to rectify that? Knox County Sheriff's Office does still not have to wear body cameras during these SWAT actions that they take. And thirdly, with this current grant, as Commissioner Thompson pointed out, he was unaware that these cameras were being installed. I think the mayor has also been unaware of that. And so what are we going to do to rein in the Knox County Sheriff's Office from acting on their own volitions without adequate oversight from this body? You know, we as everyday citizens have the right to move freely without undue surveillance, which these companies that produce these cameras, such as Flock, such as Axon, which the city uses, infringes upon those rights. And with all this information being gathered, it really just opens the door for malfeasance, for unjust surveillance of individuals, and it really is just going to cost us more money. Although we got the grant, what is the cost of the implementation of this? We continue to waste so much money on public safety when the real answers to preventing crime are providing people with what they need to lead a flourishing life. I'm talking housing, I'm talking food, I'm talking clean water, I'm talking education, I'm talking healthcare. We're not spending $127 million on most of those items. And so while we are allowing our citizens here to be surveilled, we're not doing anything to build people up. We're trying to tear them down through this surveillance. So this body needs to not only reject and get more information, but also to prevent the building of any of these technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Albert Venable. Albert Venable. Ben Mullins.
We have a little difficulty hearing you sometimes.
Okay.
Thank you, Commission. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street. I'm here speaking on the Housing Ordinance Agenda Item 62. I represent the National Rental Home Council, and we really appreciate the work that Mr. Commissioner Rawls has done on this ordinance. He's been very available to myself and my clients in discussing our concerns about considering some of the amendments, and there's been a lot of progress made in the ordinance as it's drafted, and making sure that there are exemptions that do make sense for the Knox County market, including the changes to the build to rent language as well. And I really appreciate you making those considerations. What we are asking for tonight, though, is I think and my clients believe that the ordinance does still need some more work, and there's some more amendments that do need to be considered. I've been reading the Commissioners Forum, and I know there's some amendments that are still being proposed on the forum as well. And so I think this ordinance is well intended, but does need some more time to kind of go through the process. We know we have a federal statute now that contains several exemptions that actually benefit renters on a path to home ownership that are not captured in this ordinance. things like credit building through rent reporting, first look, right of first refusals in these leases that would allow the renter to purchase the home, or at least have an opportunity to purchase the home if it were to go back on the market, down payment and closing cost assistance. These are tools that benefit citizens, renters, that we don't have in our toolbox in Knox County. And so even though it's at a smaller scale, I think the concern is that there are unintended consequences that may actually harm Knox County citizens by not making that match the federal statute. My client, CEO, is Adrienne Todman. She's a former secretary of the Housing and Urban Development. She's actually on the task force, which is charged with implementing the federal regulations that will actually put the federal statute, kind of how you would execute that. And she's met, we had a conversation Friday with Mr. Rawls to maybe help reframe this ordinance in a way that it mirrors more closely the federal statute, but at a scale that makes sense for Knox County at 100 homes. They're fine with that number. That makes sense for this market. But we do think there should be more exemptions and more considerations in the ordinance to really benefit Knox County citizens and more closely align with the federal statute. So for that reason, I would like the opportunity to work on this ordinance some more with Mr. Rawls, and I'd ask that it be postponed from first reading tonight. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I ask a follow-up question? Mr. Mullins, have you provided guidance or draft language that you are looking for in this ordinance?
Somewhat. I have the build to rent provisions that have been adopted in the new ordinance. I helped work on that. I also did provide some language for this first right of refusal as well that hasn't been adopted yet, and we're willing to kind of further shape some of this. I know as the federal government tends to do, their statutes several hundred pages long, and we're looking at 4 or 5 pages. I believe it can be done, but I do think it will take some more work to try to distill that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mia Collins. Is that better? Can you guys hear me now? I feel like I'm screaming up here, but okay. Ms. Collins?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and County Commissioners. My name is Mia Collins, and I'm a Knox County resident. I'm here today asking you to vote yes on Ordinance 026-7-102, which would place reasonable restrictions on large institutional investors purchasing single-family homes for renter purposes. I am not here today speaking as a housing expert. I'm here today as someone living the reality of this ordinance is trying to address. I'm in my late 20s, and for the last 4 years, I've been trying to buy a home. I have worked hard towards this one simple goal. It shouldn't be an impossible dream. I've did what I was supposed to do. I went to school. I achieved my associates, my bachelor's, my master's. I have a career. I worked hard. I have a good job. I have saved my money to prepare to become a first-time homeowner. Yet, every time a home comes open on the market in my neighborhood, I find myself competing not against families, but against companies with resources that I cannot match. Those homes do not become someone's first home. They become someone else's investment. Knox County is growing rapidly. Last year alone, more than $1 billion was invested in residential development because so many people are moving to our region. Our own local leaders have said our secret is out. People want to live here, and corporations see Knoxville as a place to make money. The East Tennessee Realtors State of Housing Report also shows that investor purchases have become a significant part of our housing market in recent years, demonstrating that investors are competing for the same houses that first-time homeowners are trying to purchase. Today, I am fortunate that I am able to rent my home that I'm currently in from my mother, who lives out of state. But many people my age don't have that option. They remain trapped in the rental market. not because they don't work hard, not because they don't have good jobs, but because they never get a fair chance to buy. And I'm not just talking about myself. I'm talking about teachers. I'm talking about nurses and firefighters and nonprofit workers and young professionals that are the very people that keep Knox County running every single day. My own cousin is a nurse. She spends her days caring for the people in this community, yet she can't afford to buy a home in the community that she serves. Instead, she's looking to move outside of Knox County, not because she wants to, but because she's slowly being pushed out. Think about it. People who grew up here, whose families have been here for generations, are being forced to leave, not because they want to leave, but they can't compete in today's housing market. My family has been in Knoxville for more than 6 generations. Our roots are here, our churches are here, our memories are here, our future should be here. When corporations buy neighborhoods after neighborhoods, they aren't just purchasing houses, they are changing communities. They are turning neighbors into tenants. This ordinance is not about stopping growth. It's not about punishing businesses. It's about making sure working families still have a fair chance to own a home in the community that they love. The ordinance before you recognize something simple, that single-family homes should be just that, homes for families, not financial assets. I ask you to vote yes.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. All right, next speaker is Michael O'Malley.
Hi, Michael O'Malley. I live in Knox County, and I'm speaking in support of the budget ordinance. I teach at Carter High School, and I think a few of you may recognize my workplace as part of the school district whose budget was cut by $4 million back in June. Maybe a few others of you would remember trying to cut $13 million instead. Whatever the case, both of those came from last-minute budget amendments that this ordinance would prohibit. And I'm a fan of this ordinance, and I appreciate Commissioners Jackson and Thompson for creating it. It's not good governance to ambush the commission with last-minute budget amendments. There's no time for public comment, and commissioners are forced to respond on the fly without much time for deliberation on decisions that have the potential to create huge impacts for Knox County. When you act rashly, you make mistakes, and I'd like to think this is what happened in June. I'd like to think when most of the commissioners showed extreme ignorance of KCS's budgeting, they were making the kind of mistake that comes from not having time to think. When I contacted my commissioner, Damon Rawls, he said that the superintendent or the board could reach out to him if those cuts would cause hardship, but I think that that's backwards. It is on the county commission, the body proposing these cuts, to reach out to KCS to check if it would cause hardship to spring a last-minute $4 million cut to a budget that had undergone months of collaborative planning between KCS and Knox County's finance department. That's the kind of sloppy decision-making that comes from last-minute budget amendments. I'd like to think that if this commission had had more time to deliberate, they would have recognized that declining enrollment does not immediately translate into budget reductions, that capital costs, maintenance, and inflationary pressures on utilities and fuel are all factors that play into budgeting needs regardless of enrollment changes. KCS could have told you all that if you had had time to ask them. I'd like to think that when a commissioner suggested cutting $13 million from our schools, countering with $4 million in cuts was just a spur-of-the-moment slip, and that if there had been more time, anyone on this commission might have been able to arrive at the fact that maybe no funding at all should have been cut from Knox County schools. I'd like to think that it was just a harried error that led this commission to pit school funding against Knox County employee raises. Raises long overdue, let me be clear. Perhaps if given more time, commissioners could have remembered that we live in the county that the state has recognized as growing more affluent year over year, with a greater capacity than ever to fund public services, and that staffing schools and giving county employees a competitive wage are not mutually exclusive prospects, to say nothing of roads or debt payments. The money exists. I'd like to think these things because the alternative is that the members of this commission actively plotted to defund our school system rather than doing the truly hard work of finding the money. Well, now, Knox County Schools has cut 29 positions and will furlough many others, and our children will have to begin an academic year with schools that are just a bit more understaffed. Cuts to public schools are not foregone conclusions. They are the consequences of our choices, and I'd like to think that this commission can make better choices in the future if given time to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker is Dave Gorman. Dave Gorman.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Madam Chair. My name is Dave Gorman. I'm a Knox County resident, and I've been teaching science to 7th graders for 26 years in KCS. In that time, I've taught an average of 100 different students each year. As fantastic as that is, it's even better to know that many of my former students have become teachers in this very system. When I went back to school at the age of 39 to become a teacher, I often reflected on a small wall hanging that my wife had hanging in the bathroom. It said, "To teach is to touch a life forever." I didn't really know what that meant in the year 2000, but I liked the challenge and responsibility it represented. And by the way, my wife served as a teacher in Knox County for 30 years before she retired 3 years ago. She was honored and humbled a couple of years ago when a former student gave her new baby the middle name Julie. Well, this is our life's work. This is what we do. In light of some decisions made by this organization, however, I wanted to provide a snapshot of how students' lives are now being touched at just my school, which is Cedar Bluff Middle. In order to adjust to these staffing cuts, my school had to get creative. A 7th grade teacher who taught math volunteered to teach 2 8th grade math classes, and 2 7th grade math classes this year, instead of just teaching 4 7th grade classes. On the surface, that means the teacher has to prep for 2 different grade levels, 2 different curriculum. If she teaches an honors class and a standard class at 1 grade level, in 7th grade, say, then that means an additional prep because they're not learning at the same rate and the same material. The other math teacher in 7th grade still has 4 classes, but now all of the 7th grade students for their math class, they were in 8 classes together. Now they're in 6. So all of a sudden, boom, class size has grown. Class size has grown. We know what that does. We know what that means. And this is a math class. Another longtime middle school teacher at my school was moved to an elementary school where he'll be doing a job he's never done at a grade level he's never taught. My principal had to make some incredibly difficult decisions at a time we should be moving excitedly and deliberately into the 26-27 school year. That teacher's job impacted every single student and staff member in the school, and now will likely have to be farmed out to teachers who already have full plates. The impact is great. It was hardly a ripple, and this impact has happened at every middle and high school in the county. To teach is to touch a life forever. Thank you.
Next speaker is Barbara Moat. Okay. Jim Golden.
Turning 80 is not working. I wanted to speak about the millions of dollars that are being removed from the school system. I'm a former teacher. I taught in an integrated thematic instruction experimental school that outperformed all the other schools to the point that the new director of schools shut it down under orders. It wasn't here in Knoxville, but Clayton Bradley Academy was built to replace it and made it a private school so they couldn't shut it down. I used to be a case manager at Child and Family Services with high school boys, and I got them educational programs that Fulton High School asked me to take the computer away from them because they were embarrassing the teachers. I don't know what we can do to improve the school system around here, but I know we need a little help, and I appreciate all the help you can give. Another point I have is that I am frequently asked to visit or work in assisted living centers or nursing homes, and I catch so much abuse that in some places I'm asked to not come back, and have even been threatened. Tennessee is fifth from the bottom in how we treat the elderly in America. We need to improve on that too, and thank you very much. Oh, I live in Knox County.
Thank you. All right, and the last speaker on the public forum for item agendas is Paul Huff. Okay. All right, let me just run through the top and just make sure that nobody has come in. Christian Breeden, Justin Kofer, Angus Crilly, Ashley Smith, Daniel Stidham, David Kozakek, and Paul Huff. All right. All right, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Okay, just a minute. I think I signed up for speaking tonight. My name is John Moulton from Public Forum. Didn't hear my name. I was number 24.
He's on open topics.
Oh, you're on open topics, so you'll be coming up later.
Okay.
Yep.
The next item is approval of minutes from the previous meeting, and we have June 1st budget public hearing, June 15th budget public hearing, and budget special session, and June 22nd regular session.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Jay, second by Commissioner Drett. Any discussions? Seeing none, open voting, please. That vote passed unanimously. Next item, please.
Item number 36 is consideration of the acceptance of new county roads. A is Boston Ivy Lane, located in Vining Mill, Unit 3, District 6. B, Spring Oak Lane, located in Harvey Woods, Phase 2, District 5. C is Red Mulberry Drive. D is Silver Cedar Lane, and they're located in the Foundry, District 6. E is Crescent Oaks Lane, located in Oaks Point, Phase 2, District 5. And F is Brownlow Newman Lane, located west of Kodak Road, District 8.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Jay, second by Commissioner Drett. Any discussions? Seeing none, open voting, please. And that passed unanimously. Next item, please.
Line item transfers, total amount of $462,376.88.
All right, do I have a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Jay, second by Commissioner Hill. Any discussion? Seeing none, open voting, please. And that passed unanimously. Next item, please.
Okay. We have 236 notary public applications.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve? Motion to approve by Commissioner Durrett, second by Commissioner Hill. Any discussion? Seeing none, open voting, please. And that passed unanimously. Next item, please.
Item 39, spread of record, the grant application to the Tennessee State Library and Archives submitted by the Knox County Public Library. 40, spread of record, the grant application to the Tennessee Department of Labor and Workforce Development for funding submitted by Knox County Grants and Community Development. 41 is spread of record, the grant application to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, for funding submitted by Knox County Grants and Community Development for the Fire Prevention Bureau. 42 is a spread of record, the employee handbook of the East Tennessee Juvenile Detention Center.
Thank you. Next item.
Next item is Resolution R-26-7-111. It's number 1, accepting the resignation of Charlie Bible as the Director of the Industrial Development Board of the County of Knox, IDB, and the Health, Educational, and Housing Facility Board of the County of Knox, Health and Education Board, and appointing an individual to complete the unfulfilled term of Mr. Bible on the ID Board and the Health and Education Board, which term expires July 15th, 2028, and appointing 4 individuals to serve as directors of the IDB and Health and Education Board for the terms expiring July 15th, 2032.
Thank you. All right, Commissioners, I think it might be a little less confusing if we do the first appointment in place of Mr. Bible. So we will open up the floor for nominations. Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to bring up a point to discuss with Mr. Moyers before we proceed to accept any candidates. I was looking at the state statute enabling the housing educational, or the Health Educational Housing Facilities Board, and it only allowed 7 people to serve on the HEB versus 11. And, you know, in light of the charter requirement and the legislation that allows counties to have charter governments, to have an 11-member board, I think exceeds the allowable amount under the state statute. It contradicts it. And so I question the current composition of the HEB. And this is something I just stumbled across on Saturday. I'm sorry for the late notice, but I just wonder if Mr. Moyers has an opinion on that. It's 48-101-301 at SEC is the enabling. The one thing I don't know, Mr. Moyers, is I don't know if the original statute had that limitation of 7, and that's the time when Knox County opened up or made a resolution to adopt the HEB, or if it was amended some point down the road. I couldn't tell that from my research.
State statute says 7, bylaws say 11.
Yeah, but I'm looking at.
The citation is 48-101-307 is the Board of Directors.
Hang on a second. 44, 8, what?
48-101-307.
40. 48.
And it does require that they be appointed or elected by the county commission, so we're square on that.
Statute I'm looking at, which is 48.
Not less than 7, okay.
Right, 48-101-307, paragraph A, the corporation shall have a board of directors in which all powers of the corporation shall be vested, and which shall consist of any number of directors, not less than 7.
Okay, all right, sorry, yeah.
So I think that's.
I read it in haste, yeah, okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Durant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to offer a nomination. Debbie Billings.
Okay.
See, I was confused because I thought this was the IDB. The IDB says it was formed, that's what I was
All
looking
right. Commissioner Russell?
Daniel Gass.
Commissioner Jane?
Joe Ledford.
Commissioner Frazier?
Brad Salisbury.
All right. And Commissioner Durant, do you still?
Yes, Madam Chair. Point of clarification, this is just for the one position to complete the unfulfilled term of Mr. Bible, correct?
Right.
It's not all 5.
No, it's not all 5.
Thank you.
So this is just for the one. I just thought it might be a little less confusing so we could do his since it's a
Right.
his term was unfulfilled.
Thank you.
So right now, we have Debbie Billing, Daniel Gass, Joe Ledford, and Brad Salisbury. All right. And Madam Chair, if you will, or Madam Clerk.
Here, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Start in one, please. Yes.
I've tried to push my request to speak button, but it's not working. I would like to point, Mr. Waldrop did not have the opportunity to speak at the optional review, and I didn't know if we wanted to give him that opportunity before we continued.
Who was that?
Mr. Waldrop was not here at the optional review, and I didn't know if we wanted to give him that
Is
opportunity.
he here? Is Mr. Waldrop present? Okay. All right, we will start in District 1.
Commissioner Rawls,
Ledford.
Commissioner Darrett,
Billings.
Commissioner Oster,
Salisbury.
Commissioner Jackson,
Ledford.
Commissioner Russell,
Ledford.
Commissioner Hill,
Ledford.
Commissioner Lee,
Ledford.
Commissioner Thompson,
Billings.
Commissioner Fox, Commissioner Jay,
Ledford.
Commissioner Frazier,
Salisbury.
That's 7 Ledford. All right, so Mr. Ledford, Commissioner Durrett?
Madam Chair, I will change my vote to Commissioner Ledford.
Okay. Commissioner Thompson?
No, I'll leave mine alone.
Okay. All right, so that is 8, Mr. Ledford. So he will be completing the unfulfilled term of Mr. Bible. Do you want to read them all in at one time? You do this one? Okay, all right. Okay. All right, so do I have a motion to approve? Got a motion by Commissioner Ross, second by Commissioner Jackson. Open voting, please. Commissioner Jay? All right. And that passed unanimously. So Mr. Ledford will fulfill that spot. We will read all of these into the record together. So congratulations, Mr. Ledford. All right, we are going to the second one. We will open up voting once again. That's what, do we have nominations for the second one?
Yeah, it's not giving us an option.
Okay, hold on a second. All right, Commissioner Russell?
Mr. Gass.
Commissioner Frazier?
Salisbury.
Commissioner Jackson? Upton. And Commissioner Thompson?
Oh, Billings.
Okay. All right, so we have Mr. Gass, Mr. Salisbury, Mr. Upton, and Mr. Billing. Or Miss Billing, I'm sorry, I apologize. We're in the Mr. here. Commissioner Rawls?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Upton.
He's already been nominated.
He's already been nominated.
Landis. Landis.
Landis, okay.
Are we, question, just point of clarification. Are we going to nominate all the other 4 seats at once or one by one?
It's a one-on-one.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it gets a little less confusing. I thought, maybe not. Maybe not. All right, Madam Clerk, if you will start in Commissioner Dritz.
Commissioner Darrett,
Billings.
Commissioner Oster,
Salisbury.
Commissioner Jackson,
Upton.
Commissioner Russell,
Gas.
Commissioner Hill,
Salisbury.
Commissioner Lee,
Gas.
Commissioner Thompson,
Billings.
Commissioner Fox, Commissioner Shea,
Salisbury.
Commissioner Frazier,
Salisbury.
Commissioner Rawls.
Landis.
Okay. Yep. All right, we have 2 for Gas, 4 for Salisbury, 2 for Upton, 2 for Billing, and 1 for Landis. All right.
Madam Chair, I'll
Yes.
change mine to Salisbury.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Russell?
I'll change mine to Salisbury also, to give that one a majority.
Commissioner Frazier, did you? No. Commissioner Thompson?
Well, I'll change mine as well to Salisbury.
Okay. All right, so that is 7 for Salisbury. So that will go in your second spot.
Madam Chair, I changed mine to Salisbury too.
All right, that's 9 for Salisbury. All right, congratulations, Mr. Salisbury, on that. All right, let's do it again. Commissioner Russell?
Gas.
Yours at 9, it keeps popping you up, I'm not sure. Commissioner Drent?
Billings.
Commissioner Jackson?
Upton.
Okay. And Commissioner Rawls?
Billings. Sorry. We said this was easy.
Commissioner Russell, are you?
Mine was
Upton.
gas. I thought you had
Yeah,
asked me
no, you
first.
did, but you're still showing up on my, so if I call on you twice, it's because my thing's showing up. Okay, so we have Gas, Billings, and Upton. So, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Oster,
Billings?
Commissioner Jackson,
Upton.
Commissioner Russell,
Gas.
Commissioner Hill,
Gas.
Commissioner Lee,
Gas.
Commissioner Thompson,
Billings.
Commissioner Fox, Commissioner Jay,
Billings.
Commissioner Frazier,
Billings.
Commissioner Rawls,
Upton.
Commissioner Darrett,
Billings.
Okay,
Madam-
so. Yes.
I didn't hear that.
Did somebody say something?
Yes, Madam Chair, I was thinking about changing my vote to gas, but where we have,
We are 3 gas, 3 Upton, and 5 Billings.
okay, I'll leave my vote the same.
Okay. All right. So we will go back through it one more time. So we are gas 3, Billings 5, Upton 3. Okay? Start Commissioner Jackson.
Commissioner Jackson,
Are we nominating or are we saying aye at this point?
We've got all 3 of them. We've got to go again because somebody didn't get the full.
Upton.
Upton, okay.
Commissioner Russell,
Gas.
Commissioner Hill,
Gas.
Commissioner Lee,
Gas.
Commissioner Thompson,
Billings.
Commissioner Fox, Commissioner Jay,
Billings.
Commissioner Frazier,
Billings.
Commissioner Rawls,
Upton.
Commissioner Darrett,
Billings.
Commissioner Oster.
Billings.
Okay.
All right, it's the same.
Madam Chair, could I change mine to Upton?
Yes.
That,
I'd like to change mine to Upton also.
All right, so now gas drops off, and we have Billings and Upton, and both are tied 5-5.
I will change my vote to Upton.
All right,
I'll change mine to Upton as well.
all right. So that is 6 for Upton. All right. Congratulations, Mr. Upton. All right. 2 more. All right. Open the floor for nominations. Commissioner Russell,
Gas, please.
Commissioner Jay,
Billings.
any more? Mr. Rawls?
Landis.
Okay. All right, that is it. Madam Clerk? Start with Russell, yes.
Commissioner Russell,
Gas.
Commissioner Hill,
Gas.
Commissioner Lee,
Gas.
Commissioner Thompson,
Billings.
Commissioner Fox,
Gas.
Commissioner Jay,
Billings.
Commissioner Frazier,
Billings.
Commissioner Rawls,
Billings.
Commissioner Darrett,
Billings.
Commissioner Oster,
Billings.
Commissioner Jackson.
Gas.
And Billings has 6 to gas 5, is that correct? All right,
Yeah, I gotta put the names in, hold on.
all right, so Miss Billings is in the next spot. And last one. Open the floor for nominations.
Gas.
Gas. Commissioner Durant?
Landis.
All right, so we have 2, Gas and Landis. Let's go ahead and start with Commissioner Hill.
Gas.
Commissioner Lee,
Gas.
Commissioner Thompson,
Landis.
Commissioner Fox,
Gas.
Commissioner Jay,
Landis.
Commissioner Frazier,
Gas.
Commissioner Rawls,
Landis.
Commissioner Darrett,
Landis.
Commissioner Oster,
Gas.
Commissioner Jackson,
Landis.
Commissioner Russell.
Drum roll, gas.
That is 6 for gas and 5 for Landis. Okay,
Okay, hold on a minute. Let me get the names in.
all right. Congratulations, Mr. Gas. Congratulations to everyone, and thank you all again for applying. We appreciate your time and interest. All right. Now, we need a motion on this, because we did earlier ones, right? Or we covered on. So we need to do one for all of these. Okay. Now get a motion, please. Commissioner Durrett, and second by Commissioner Jackson. Any discussion? Seeing none, open voting, please. All right, and that passed. All right, and Madam Clerk, if you will read the names into the record.
So the full resolution again. Okay, accepting the resignation of Charlie Bible as the Director on the Industrial Development Board of the County of Knox, IDB, and the Health, Educational, and Housing Facility Board of the County of Knox, Health and Education Board, and appointing Joe Ledford to complete the unfulfilled term of Mr. Bible on the IDB and Health and Education Board, which term expires July 15th, 2028, and appointing, trying to say the first name too, Brad Salisbury, Dennis Upton, Debbie Billings, and Daniel Gass
Thank
to
you.
serve the directors of the IDB and Health and Education Board for terms expiring July 15th, 2032.
Thank you. All right. Next item, please.
It's Resolution R-26-7-112. It's appointing 2 individuals to the Knox County Audit Committee to serve terms expiring August 31st, 2030.
Okay, Commissioners, this was brought to my attention right before the meeting that if we have someone who's term limited, they can only be considered if there is no other candidates that are qualified. Both other candidates, David Shields and Jennifer West. Matt Warren has been on for 8 years. So I want to see if Ms. West is here this evening, because come on down, because you weren't able to speak last time, and I want to give you that opportunity. Just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit why you're interested in this position.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer West. I've been a resident of Knox County for 30 years. I am a career internal auditor. I have spent the last 25 years as a federal contractor auditor for Y-12 in Oak Ridge, and now I'm the Chief Audit Executive for Oak Ridge Associated Universities. And I just thought it would be a good use of my talents, if you agree.
Commissioner Day, do you have a question?
I was just heading towards making a motion and thanking Mr. Warren at the same time to move it along, but I hit the button before you called up our guest. So
Okay.
I don't have any questions for our guest.
Okay.
She's
Does
very
anybody have any
qualified.
questions for Ms. West? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much for applying. We appreciate it.
I just make a motion to,
Yes.
for Mr. Shields and Ms. West, and also just want to publicly thank Matt Warren for serving as long as he has and chairing and being a vital part of the audit committee. And it's been a
We
pleasure
do.
to work alongside him.
We do very much appreciate Mr. Warren for that. So we have 2. That's what we're going to approve. So David Shields and Jennifer West. So do I have a motion? I've got a motion by Commissioner Jay, second by Commissioner Durrett. And any discussions? Seeing none, open voting, please. All right, and that passed unanimously. And Madam Clerk, if you will read those names into the record.
resolution appointing David Shields and Jennifer West to the Knox County Audit Committee to serve terms expiring August 31st, 2030.
Thank you very much. All right. Next item, please.
Resolution 601 is approving Amendment 2 to a grant contract with the Tennessee Department of Health for the provision of family planning services, which amendment reallocates state funding to federal funding with no change to the total grant amount of $4,149,000 for the term ending on June 30th, 2027. No application or local match required.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve? Motion to approve by Commissioner Jay, second by Commissioner Hill. Any discussion? Commissioner Russell?
Yes, ma'am. I was just curious, who pulled this off of consent and why? If they would.
Was this, did you pull this off, Commissioner Fox?
I asked questions about it last week, but I didn't pull it. I didn't pull anything off.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. That must be an oversight. Okay. All right. Open voting, please. Commissioner Lee? All right, and that passes, and one abstain, Commissioner Fox. Next item.
The next item is Resolution R-26-7-901. It's delegating to the Industrial Development Board of the County of Knox the authority to negotiate, accept, and/or waive payments in lieu of taxes in connection with the project proposed by DWF John Severe LLC, and funding that such payments or the waiver thereof are deemed to be in furtherance of the public purposes of the Board of, as denied in Tennessee Code annotated subsection 7-53-305.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve? Motion to approve by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Rawls. Any discussion? Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I oppose this. There has been substantial outcry in District 9 about this project. And I think that some of the people who are here maybe intended on speaking before this agenda item came up. I think they must be an open item, but and if there is somebody out there, I would defer to somebody out there who would like to speak on this issue. But just in short, it's been brought to my attention that rents are down by 8%, I think. There is no need to provide this housing. Typically, a pilot or a TIF is offered to developers so that they can rehabilitate a blighted property. I mean, when I think of like Fulton Bellows is the classic example of a need. So would you like to go ahead and speak on this? Okay, Madam Chair, if I may, I'd like to defer to this citizen.
Thank you, sir. My name is Lauren Crawwinkle. I am a resident of Knox County. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I have come because I have witnessed firsthand how the infrastructure of South Knox County has been taxed by the influx of residents over the last several years. We need infrastructure, and infrastructure requires funding. Offering a tax break to a company that can afford to be running this apartment complex when, as the commissioner stated, the current state of rent is favorable to renters, and we really don't need to be providing any incentives here. is just placing that burden of taxation on families and working class individuals when it is owed by this company that is coming in and running this development. They will be profiting off of the citizens of this county. They ought to pay the taxes that they owe to support the project that they are running. Please, I ask you, I am unfamiliar with the workings of the city council, but please represent us and reject this proposition to defer taxes on this company in favor of putting that burden on the citizens who are your constituents.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Commissioner Fox, just so you know, no one that's on public forum that's open has signed up to speak for this item.
Oh, okay. I'd like, your Madam Chair, if I may, if it's acceptable to you, if there are other people, you can see there's a substantial number of people right now who are here on this particular item, and if there's somebody else there who would like to speak, I'll give you the opportunity. All right, Mr. Price? This is Jim Price. He lives in my subdivision. And I didn't know he was coming today either.
Formerly known by James Price. I'm a resident of Knox County for 36 years. And I was not aware of the procedure to sign up. I'm sorry. Next time I'll know. But my concern is that the political influence of developers have overridden the needs of the citizens that you are elected to represent. So are you in the pocket of these developers, or are you here to represent the citizens? Thank you.
Well, Madam Chair, just to springboard off what they're saying, typically these tax incentives are to turn a property that's not generating revenue into a property that is generating revenue, like the Fulton Bellows project. They took a brown field project that was not generating tax revenue for the city. They were offered a TIF. The developers were, and they developed University Commons, and now it produces revenue for the city. That's not what's being offered here. The property is in a prime location in Knox County. And but what this proposal does is it allows the developer of this apartment complex to get a tax break to develop apartments in a viable, desirable location. And the so-called benefit is to provide workforce housing. And that's just that we don't need that. And what it does is it shifts the costs, or effectively it makes the rest of the citizens of Knox County have to subsidize the cost of these new residents. They're subsidizing because the new residents are not paying property tax effectively because the developer is getting a tax break. Really, it's the developer who owns the property who's not paying the taxes. But they're getting a break, not paying the taxes that are commensurate with the increased population. And that they need to pay their fair share. They need to pay what the value of the property generates as far as tax revenue, and not be allowed to get a tax break. We are already tight on resources, and there's no reason to push this off and subsidize a developer's bottom line effectively with Knox County tax dollars. So I oppose this.
Commissioner Rawls?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So years ago, I used to speak on what pilots and TIFs were, or what I thought pilots and TIF were. And so while we have a discussion about these type of things, I'd just like for someone to tell the general audience what the purpose of a pilot or a TIF is and how it structurally works, so that we're not making an assumption and all arguing about something different. I guess, Mr. Van Der Beek, would you mind giving us a quick pilot 101? Because I know a lot of pilots and TIFs were used on the city side in my district for general public. This is how downtown got brought back to life. So it's used as a development tool. But Mr. Van Der Beek.
Commissioner Rawls, I can tell you that it stands for payment in lieu of taxes, and at that point, I will have exhausted my subject matter expertise. I'd serve you better by deferring to Mr. Benshew if he is here in Mr. Caldwell's absence. Director Holden has some familiarity with them as well, but I would think Mr. Benshew is probably our resident expert at this point.
Okay. Yep, there he is. Come on down, sir.
Hi, Perry Benchoff, Knox County Finance. I too, TIFs and pilots are very complicated, officer, and I do have some help from a friend of ours, Mike Odom at the chamber, so he might be able to help us out a little bit more, if you don't mind. I'm going to keep deferring. I'm going to defer.
Mike Odom, Knoxville Chamber, 17 Market Square, number 201. I just told former Commissioner Smith that Dwight's going to throw me under the bus, so I was off by one person. So let's start with pilots, as Dwight said, which is an acronym for payment in lieu of taxes. It is a tax abatement, and so the way that we use this in development is that if you have a piece of property that is either not being used, which I believe this one it's greenfield, so it has nothing on it. It's generating very little property tax, property revenue for the county. And so we use the tool with a pilot to say, whatever the developer in this case or the business will have a set amount above what it's paying now with the revenue that's going to the county, and that stays for a certain amount of time. So it could be 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, whatever is set within the pilot. And those, the value of that is just deferred until the end of that pilot period, and then then the county starts to earn money at the full value. So there is no outlay of money from the county. It is simply deferring or waiting on or abating the increased value when that development gets done versus what it's producing in revenue today.
So 5 years, 10 years, 20, whatever the time period that's put on that piece of property, the taxes aren't being paid, correct? Then the clock starts.
It'll start after that.
Starts after that.
Correct. So it says we're going to freeze the value, the improved value of this piece of property for X amount of period, and then the owner of the property will start paying the full weight of that at the end of that period. So that's a pilot. The TIF's a little bit more complicated. Essentially what it says is you all will use parts of the revenue that you generate from a development to pay for public infrastructure within the development.
Thank you. No.
Oh,
thank
the
you.
deferment on this one, is it 2 years? 20 years, 20 years, 20 years. But it's 50%, so it's not 100% of the value. It is 50% for 20 years.
Okay, please don't be screaming from the audience. Go ahead, Mr. Odom.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Are you done, Commissioner Rawls? Okay, Commissioner Fox?
Mr. Odom, there will be people moving into these apartments if they're built, correct?
Correct.
And so those people bring with them costs to the county, correct? They bring children that go to school.
They could be already living in the county.
Well, I'm sorry?
Commissioner, they could already be living in the county, so it's very difficult to say that this is just going to draw. To be fair, our operations of the Industrial Development Board, we're just processing this as a way to do it. I probably would defer back to the county when bring this to us, but that's a very difficult question for me to answer. Just say, hey, everyone who lives in this development is going to be new to the county, is going to be new kids to the schools, whatever, because they could just be moving for somewhere else for better housing, whatever the case may be, in fairness.
Well, we're told there's a housing shortage, right? And so if there's a housing shortage and you're building new stock, then most likely you're having people coming from outside the county. Is that fair to say?
I can't, I would hope so. Would love to have more people coming, but I'm not sure, that's impossible for me to answer. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be coy with you.
I understand.
Really.
Yes, it's not an exact science,
Yes.
but the reason that this developer wants to have a tax break is so that they can maintain their bottom line while they offer apartments at a lower cost, correct?
I can't answer that question. I think I would have to defer.
That's what their financials say.
I think that's what I'd defer to the county for that.
Okay, that's what their financials say.
Right.
They want to maintain a certain rate of return, an ROI, and then they want to sell it to the county by saying, oh, we're going to have workforce housing, and so cut us a break so we don't have to pay a certain level of taxes that they would otherwise pay if, based upon the new valuation of the property.
Correct.
If they didn't get this pilot.
Right, yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay,
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
And so, and this is a valuable piece of property. It's like you said, it's on a major, near a major intersection, John Sevier Highway. It's a state highway. It's near another state highway. This is a fairly valuable piece of property. It doesn't have any environmental concerns. Is that correct?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Okay. I thought you said it was a greenfield.
I mean, meaning that it's just there's no building on it right now.
Oh, okay,
So it's
yeah.
not generating a property revenue, having an improvement on the actual dirt.
Right. Well, it's not a surplus site. It's not a Superfund site or something
No,
like
no,
that.
sir. Not that I know of.
Right. I mean, so somebody can take this property and develop it into a viable residential development without any tax abatement at all.
It depends on the financials, sir. I'm
Okay.
sorry, Commissioner. I'm not trying to be coy. I'm just not familiar with that to that level of other people we haven't had anybody else come with us and say, hey, we're going to do this project, whatever. This was the one that was brought to us by the county.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. Just in comment on this particular pilot, I see there are other reasons why this type of thing is put into place, and one of them is because we need to remember that when a builder agrees to do some workforce development housing at a lower rent, there is a population in our county that very much needs this type of break. And a lot of these are our sons and daughters coming right out of UT that are just coming out. They're getting their first job. They're not making much money. As we all know, home ownership is totally out of the picture for them. But if you're starting out, and I'm sensing from the T-shirts, we've probably got a lot of teachers out there. If you're starting out as a new teacher, even if you're married and you're both new teachers, it is tough to make a go of it the first few years. So keep in mind that it is a give and take here. Yes, the developer gets a break through the pilot, but also citizens of Knox County get this break too, because it allows them to be able to afford to stay here, have a nice place to live, and hopefully work their way to where they won't need this type of break anymore. So there is a place for this, and there is a need for this workforce development housing. And again, I might say it would be a lot of people that you and I both know. So just a comment that it isn't all one way with the developer, and that we, the people, do not get anything back from this.
Commissioner Russell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know, of course, being the number nerd that I am, I actually looked at the financials that were sent to us by Chris Caldwell. And in this particular case, they are only giving a $208 reduction in rent for the people who are getting the workforce housing. So therefore, they're going to be collecting all of the rest of it. I don't know that a reduction of $208 a month in rent is justification for giving them a large pilot. So I will be voting against this.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments, open voting, please. Oh, Mr. Vanderveen, did you have?
I just wanted to speak briefly. I am not a subject matter expert on pilots. Actually, what I did was get up here to say exactly what Commissioner Hill did, but said it better than I possibly could. Just be careful not to marginalize the importance of workforce housing. At 80 to 120% of AMI, that is a market that is our teachers, it is our nurses at the health department, it is our sheriff's officers, and the need for that housing is substantial. The other thing is that if this is a property that's properly zoned, be careful you don't get pulled into the confusion between we don't want workforce housing and we simply don't want any more apartments. We hear it every day. There are a lot of apartments being built. We understand a lot of public resistance to them, but Dominion is a good development group. They may very well, if this project doesn't move forward like this, simply build market rate apartments there. And maybe that's the preference of the neighbors, and that would be okay too. But I wouldn't be quick to marginalize the importance of workforce housing, because right now we're getting an awful lot of market rate housing. And I can remember periods of my life, Commissioner Russell, where that $200 would have made the difference between me being housed and unhoused. So just proceed with some thought about that. I do think somebody from Dominion is here. I haven't seen him, but they may also be able to clarify that if that helps any.
Thank you. Is Mr. Cobb here? Do you want to come up, Mr. Cobb, and speak to anything that you've heard or make any comments?
Madam Chair, I think we should set aside the voting. If we're going to continue to receive comments, we ought to take voting off the table and restore voting after everyone has had an opportunity to speak on this.
Yeah, I didn't have a chance to say that, but thank you.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Cobb.
Yes, so it sounds like everyone knows what we're talking about here. So this would be 80-unit townhome development, all two-car garages, mix of 2 and 3 stories. We'd set aside half of the project at workforce housing, targeting 80 to 120% AMI residents here in Knox County, keeping the rents at 80% AMI. As you all heard Ms. Collins earlier, trying to buy a home these days is pretty tough. There's a lot of challenges. The first-time home buyer across the country now is 40 years old to buy your first home. 40 years old. That's insane. That has jumped a ton. There are a ton of challenges. You have to have a down payment to buy a home. A lot of people don't have a down payment to go buy a home these days, especially if you're trying to hit 20% to avoid PMI. The average house is $450,000 in Knox County. That's a $90,000 down payment, and you're still going to go pay $3,000 a month in mortgage. You're going to be responsible for all the maintenance on it, fence, HVAC, roof, windows, all that stuff goes bad. That's expensive. I've had to replace 2 HVACs at my house in the last 2 years. Not cheap, not fun. So yes, while $200 a month might not sound like a ton, that's $2,400 a year. That's meaningful money, plus you're not having to go out and spend anything out of pocket. The other part is yes, this isn't a prime location. The owners have owned it for over 20 years. They've had numerous people come to them with failed attempts, including low-income housing tax credits, which did not work. So while this is in a great location near a major corridor with all the infrastructure in place, we are proposing to do this. The property currently pays $850 a year. we're proposing to pay almost $60,000 a year. This is a tax increase for the county. It costs you nothing. You will get 50x on what you're getting today.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Cobb while he's up? Commissioner Durant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cobb, so 50% of the 80 townhomes, so 40,
Yes.
would be reserved for workforce housing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And 50% of the property tax is associated with the pilot. Is that correct? So
That's
like
correct.
50% of the 100% property tax would be related to the pilot. Would the other 50% then be continuously paid year after year?
So we would be paying 50% of the assessment, and then once the end of the pilot terms, it would go to the full 100% assessment.
So you are still going to be paying property taxes on the current appraised value? 50% of it?
Once it's built, yes.
Okay. All right.
What
Thank you.
that appraised value is. So over the life of this term, that's about $1.5 million.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know that a house right now, $500,000 is about $3,500 a month.
And
So-
interest rates are as high as they've been in the last 2 or 3 years.
6.5%. So, just to let everybody know, and like Commissioner Hill said, people may not choose to live in certain kind of housing, but sometimes that's what you have, and that's the opportunity.
And Madam Chair, these are going to be fully amenitized. These are going to look like market rate, just like, we do build low-income housing tax credits for 60% AMI. That is a lot of what we do. There's no federal subsidies involved. There's no rental subsidies involved here. But what we have seen in the county and the city is we are getting people coming to us to try to come in our new developments that are over income for that. We cannot house them. We take restrictions on that. That's the program. Tons of people come into our leasing offices every day trying to come live there that do not income qualify, that cannot pay full-blown market rate rent. That is fact. We deal with it every day. There is a need here, and we are trying to fill that need.
How long have the owners of the property had the property listed? Do you know how long they've been trying to find a buyer?
It's not listed. They have owned it for 20-plus years under 2 different companies. People tried to do commercial there. They've tried to do, like I said, other housing projects there that they could not get done. So it's not huge. We're not asking for a zoning variance. 80 is as many as we can get on there. Next door they're building 4x that, or 3x that. It's in a great spot. This is, I don't want to say infill housing, but this is filling a need here without any kind of variance needs. It's what it's zoned for.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Cobb?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a question.
Mr. Fox?
Thank you. So you said these are fully amenitized?
Yes.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
It means vinyl plank flooring. It means stainless appliances. It means granite countertops. This is still market driven. We have to build it market. We're not building it with, shag carpet and, construction paper. It'll have a clubhouse. It'll have a pool. It'll have co-working space. It'll have a playground. We build market rate housing too. It's going to have those sort of amenities, those sort of finishes, but we're trying to fill a gap that we see here. Born and raised here, been here 41 years. Love Knoxville. Being in affordable housing for the last almost 20 years, I've seen that need. I've moved people into units. I've seen people get emotional and, tears. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I actually got in a place. That's real. And we want to fill that need. We want to be good stewards here to everyone here in Knox County that needs a handout. There are people that need this hand.
So what you're saying is instead of building an apartment that is more affordable, that is not fully amenitized, that maybe has wall-to-wall cheap carpet like the apartments I lived in when I was in my 20s, no marble granite countertops, but just Formica. Instead of building an apartment like that, you want to build nicer apartments, and then you maintain your company's return by then getting effectively a subsidy, not a subsidy, but not having to pay the full amount of tax based upon the new appraisal for the property, right? And my question to you is, are the people living in your complex, the 40 apartments that you're saying we want to break on half of these, so 40 apartments, are they going to have law enforcement needs?
Are they going to have what?
Law enforcement needs. They're going to require law enforcement, aren't they?
Yes.
They're going to use the roads, aren't they?
Yes.
They're probably going to have children that go to the local schools, aren't they?
Yes.
But they're not going to, but your company would not be paying the property tax to pay for those things, correct?
We'd be paying over 50 times what it's currently paying today, and the county would get $1.5 million
Right.
over the course of this.
But today, there's nobody living on that property that needs those services, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you want to put new people into those apartments and not have all of them effectively paying for the services they're going to need, and who's going to be paying for it? The rest of Knox County, correct?
Sure. I mean,
Okay. So you're expecting...
we're trying to house the nurses.
Hold on one second. I'm sorry, Mr. Cobb. Audience, we're trying to do county business. You're here to listen. We appreciate it when you sign up. We listen to you respectfully. I ask you to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Cobb.
As Ms. Collins was saying, she's got nurse friends that are looking to leave the county because they can't afford to buy a house. Don't know that person's background, don't know what their makeup is. I would hope that this would offer an option for a nurse, for a police officer with a teacher wife, or whatever their household makeup may be, where they can't go and drop $50,000 on a down payment and a $2,800, $3,500 a month on rent somewhere. We feel like this will help fill a gap where people can live here, hopefully save up enough money to go buy that house at some point someday.
So-
that is what the gap we are trying to fill here is. That is a need we see in the community.
So why don't you just simply build cheaper apartments that they can afford without the need for your company to request a pilot to make it happen?
Because there's not a market for Formica.
You don't think that somebody's desperate for housing wouldn't simply take a cheaper option?
No.
Okay, all right.
I don't. This is what we do. We rent apartments. I can tell you there is not a market for that.
Commissioner Fox.
An existing product, yes. If that is what it is, nobody's building new with that.
Nobody's building that. That doesn't mean there's not a market for that, sir. I'm done, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to address, I work in this business, so the cost of construction, the difference between a Super 8 motel, for example, or a lower income or a lower quality apartment complex and a higher complex are very similar. There's very little difference. It's all in the very end amenities. The concrete costs the same, the landscaping costs the same, the shingles cost the same. The siding costs the same for the most part, unless you go with brick versus vinyl. But the construction cost is not the huge difference. I think what we have to understand here is that what we are voting on and what the proposal here is that if we don't do this, this land will be used for other apartments more than likely. That would be market rate. And I'm assuming that Mr. Cobb, that the benefit that you get from on the pilot of $50,000 or whatever, approximately, that is then given back to the renters in lower rent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So if we don't vote for this, then you would build it theoretically, and you would just say, well, we're just not going to discount the rate, the rent.
We would likely not pursue this, and it would stay green grass,
Or it
and
would,
you would
you know,
collect $800 a year.
Or somebody could, but it would be based off market rent.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all my questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. The people that live in these apartments don't just take. They don't just take. They don't just come and increase traffic on the roads. These are our people, y'all. These are our people. They come when they've got good jobs. They give back to the community. They pay sales tax. They pay everything else that's involved. And if the preference would be to have crap apartments built there because it would cost less, then the public outcry would be even louder because nobody wants crap apartments built right next to them. So here's an opportunity to really get the best of both worlds. You get nice homes, nice apartments that provide dignity for people, whether you're right out of college, maybe you're in an older phase of life and you're ready to downsize. I mean, there is a place for this, and just because they're there does not mean that they're nothing but outflow. They also produce and give back to us too, and it just allows you to have a little dignity along the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fox?
Madam Chair, I am proposing a motion to delay this for 30 days so we can continue to think about this issue and further work through the figures to see if it does make sense for the county to effectively subsidize half of these residents so that they can have dignity while they live there by paying their share of the taxes. So that's my motion. I'd like to delay this for 30 days.
Can you hit your motion button? There you go. All right, we've got a motion to defer for 30 days from Commissioner Fox with a second from Commissioner Lee. Open up voting, please.
That's a good question. Sorry. Madam Chair, may I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Commissioner Fox, are you willing to organize a work session to make that happen so that those questions can be asked and answered?
I am. It's going to be pretty tight next month to do that in light of the in light of the election and the new training and so forth. But I'm certainly willing to. I'll put it that way. My schedule's very clear next month, and so I have the time to throw into that. Yes.
And can I ask the sponsor of the agenda item if they would be willing to help organize and coordinate? What I don't want is a motion to defer and then we not have continued questions and answers and opportunities for folks to talk about this proposed project.
Mr. Cobb?
Is that, sure?
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I thought you were looking back there in the back.
I mean, I know we have representatives from the mayor's office present. We have you as the person who's affiliated with the project, and then I think we still have a member of the IDB board here as well. Would you be agreeable?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
All right, motion is on the floor to defer for 30 days, and there will be a workshop that Commissioner Fox will be in charge of. So you will reach out to Mr. Cobb and the IDB board, let's say Mike Odom, and somebody from the mayor's office, and maybe Jenny Holden too. Jenny, do you have a comment? And ma'am, I'm sorry, we need to move on. Thank you.
Jenny Holden, Grants and Community Development. We have no issue with a delay. We would ask that we would help get that workshop set up in the next 30 days.
Yes.
And would ask to get it done in time for next month's commission meeting, but yeah,
Yes.
we can do that.
Okay. Let's plan on having that done then. All right, you may change your vote. Commissioner Jackson. All right, and close voting, and that passed. Thank you, Mr. Cobb. Mr. Fox will be in touch.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we are going to take a 15-minute break, and we will be back in 15 minutes. All right, we are back in session. Madam Clerk, if you can call the next item, please.
The next item is number 51. It's Resolution R-26-7-903. It's designating the Knox County Bridge to Safety Program and the Knoxville Family Justice Center to receive the Victims Assistance Assessment monies with funds to be split equally between the two programs in fiscal year 26-27 and fiscal year 27-28, and the Bridge to Safety Program to receive all funds generated by the assessment beginning in fiscal years of 28-29 and thereafter.
Thank you. All right, I have got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Oster. Do I have a second? I've got a second by Commissioner Rawls, and I would like to, I was going to say call down, but look at you, you guys are already here. We have got some great news that I'm looking forward to Mr. Hammond and General Nichols sharing, and so whoever would like to start, gentlemen, you are welcome.
Commissioners, last time we appeared before you, Mr. Nichols and I were representing the Bridge to Safety with regards to the Victims Assistance Fund. You, in your wisdom, asked that we meet with representatives of the Knoxville Family Justice Center to see if we could work something out, basically. Well, we have done that. And we're here today to say that the results of that are the resolution that you have in front of you. And Mr. Nichols and I are here to say that we support it, and we hope that you will vote in favor of it. And also, Shannon Lee is here from the Knoxville Family Justice Center, and I'm sure she'd like to say a few words.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi, thank you, Shannon Lee from Knox County. Just wanted to thank you guys again for all of your conversations last time and opportunity for us to get together and talk through some exciting things. And Knoxville Family Justice Center is excited to take our organization in a direction that we've not seen in the domestic violence space, where we're going to bring more education, awareness, and hopefully prevention to Knox County, which is highly needed. So we're excited about this understanding.
Thank you. And General, do you have anything to add?
Well, the only thing I would like to say to this commission, it continues to show that when reasonable people get together and have reasonable conversation, that we can make very reasonable decisions. And so I thank you for every one of you participated in learning about it. And I just want to, as a citizen, say thank you for the concern that you gave to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Does any commissioners have any questions? All right, I think we can open up voting then. That might have been the easiest vote we have all night. Thank you all. We appreciate it. Have a good evening. All right. Next item.
Item number 53, Resolution R-26-7-905 is requesting a comprehensive review of the Knox County Sheriff's Office Advanced Research and Communication Center, ARC, Associated Automated License Plate Reader, ALPR, LPR technology, and related policies prior to operational implementation.
Thank you. I've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Thompson, second by Commissioner Fox. Any discussion?
Yes.
Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner Fox, this is what, I'm sorry, Commissioner Thompson. This is where I think you got it right. I have a lot of the same questions we all have about the use of these cameras and what's appropriate, what's not appropriate. A little bit of my own research that I did, we have got, in the United States, we've got over 11,000 municipalities, 11,000 municipalities or law enforcement agencies that are currently using flock cameras. So if you divide that out roughly, that's about 200 areas in every state as just a, an overview. And there have been some problems, certainly, but there's been a lot of successes too. And my real urgency in all this is that I feel strongly that we've got to be sure that we are supporting law enforcement. And I know with the new sheriff in town here in a few weeks, not having had the opportunity to really visit with him and see what his thoughts are on all of this, I think this is absolutely the way that we need to go, and I appreciate you bringing this.
Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really liked the emergency ordinance, but I'm glad that we still are going to be able to address this in some way this particular session. The way I think of this is if everybody had a camera attached to their body, we would probably have very little crime, but that would be an invasion of privacy. So that's one extreme. And the other extreme is if we didn't have a sheriff's office, then we'd have anarchy. So we got to find the point where we can get good law enforcement done, but where it doesn't invade the privacy of the citizens. And so I look forward to working on that issue with you, Commissioner Thompson, to figure out that boundary.
Commissioner Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think all of us share the same, we're all going down the same road here, is that, we want to make sure that we support our police officers, provide them the resources to prevent and to capture crime and get the criminals. But the flock gives me a lot of concerns. The more I read about it, there's just so much concern with it, and they are a public relations nightmare. I started receiving emails over the weekend, that, it's pretty obvious, it's more than likely they have hired a public relations firm to send text messages out to people, and, those people will say, yes, I'm upset about this. And then AI writes us an AI-generated email to us saying, hey, I'm for these flock cameras. I think that's very disingenuous. I think that if you're running a company, you may be, and I'm directing this comment to the CEO of Flock, you may be wonderful at technical stuff, but you are terrible at relationships. You are terrible at selling this. I am actually going to ask the CEO of Flock, and I'm going to email and send out a letter to the CEO to Flock that we have 2 meetings in August, and I expect you to come to the meetings in August. We're a big client. You should be coming here and explaining things. These procedures, I'm very concerned that we have this open source where anybody can access it and police officers can access it. But you need to be Flock needs to be acting as a consultant. Flock needs to be coming in and saying, these are best practices. This is how we these are the policies and procedures that work best out there, that other organizations, that other governments are putting into place that restrict the ability and don't impose on our civil liberties. But I understand. I took a tour of KPD's center looking at their cameras, which is done by a different company. And I'm speaking out, not 100% sure of this statistic, but I believe it was 1 out of every 5 cars that have been stolen are found through the camera system. And I understand that if you have a child kidnapped, the first 24 hours are very important after a child is kidnapped. And if you had the license plate and the make and model of a vehicle, you know, how much civil liberties are you willing to give up to find the person who stole your child, who kidnapped your child? I don't know. There's a lot of questions to this, but you know, there are so many problems out there. Flock is not doing a good job. They're a public relations nightmare. They do not provide the resources, I don't believe, to limit officers, you know. So they just need to come in and they need to explain to us. Flock needs to be here, not just the Knox County Sheriff's Office, but I believe that we need Flock here. And I'm going to take it upon myself to email and send a letter to the Flock CEO and ask him to come and demand him to come.
Commissioner Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm only responding to what Commissioner Jackson said. I don't know if you were aware, but somebody has tracked down who was sending out those messages. You know, just wanted, you know, and for the sake of the community, maybe you're curious as well. It's called Neighbors for Strong Communities, and it was but it's kind of one of these phantom organizations. You can't, there's no staff, there's no anything. It's just a kind of a blank website. It looks like it was all created by AI. There's more about that in Backroom Knox if you're interested in following up. But and also the young woman who was going to speak earlier, Ashley Graham Smith. She's not here. She sent us all an email as well today at 1:23 p.m. that talks about that a little bit.
Commissioner Thompson, do you want Commissioner Jay to go first and then you finish it up? Okay. Commissioner Jay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also think this is where you got it right in that it's a logical next step. I was actually looking forward to, after the last conversation, having the meeting today, which didn't happen because of scheduling issues, but when is the workshop going to be where we have ample time to have data presented to us? It will be no surprise to anyone here that I hate rushed legislation and reactionary ordinances or things that aren't thought through in a long-term way. And I think this is a great way to summarize all of our feelings, and I would encourage that workshop to be set as soon as possible, that meeting where we can all submit our questions in detail on a forum or another site. We can get information. We can have law enforcement here. I have heard from both sides and, of course, all the AI bots, but I've heard from prosecutors and law enforcement and professionals that have said, you know, what a valuable tool it is to lock up bad people or to find and make our community safer or find people. I've also heard from numerous people that are rightfully worried about the continued surveillance state. I also find it terribly ironic that there's a ton of people that are saying don't approve these when they've already been here for so long, and every one of us walks around with a surveillance device, you know, 24/7 and post everything in the world, and there's a Ring camera on every one of our doors and every one of our neighborhoods, and this idea that, you know, it's magically a new thing that, you know, we're being surveilled in the public is laughable to me, because we're willing participants, whether we go to the airport or drive down the road. And so but it doesn't discount the concerns, the major concerns. And I hope, you know, I'm only going to be here for another month and a half. I hope that whether something gets resolved quickly or it continues, that, you know, this commission also realizes many people on this commission approved this 2 years ago. And when you read the contract, it talks about mounted camera systems, and it didn't say the word flock, but it said exactly what it was. And those things come to us all the time, and they require real preparation and vetting and understanding. And so this is a healthy conversation debate. I do want to invite Mayor Jacobs to come down. and I want to, you've been integral in the emergency ordinance day and a press conference outside, and posts online and emails and texts and things. And I have a couple of questions, but I just want to give you an opportunity as well to weigh in on this as the executive side of our local government, and talk about the fine balance we're all trying to strike.
Glenn Jacobs, Knox County Mayor. Thank you for allowing me to be here.
I just want to first give you an opportunity to, I wasn't at the press conference. We were prepping for the meeting.
Well, it wasn't a press conference, it was actually a gaggle where they just asked me some questions about these. So,
well, I guess
it wasn't a scheduled press conference.
Yeah, I guess my biggest question is, it's clear from the emails and the press releases you're against these, altogether from a civil liberties standpoint, and is that accurate?
Sure. And the issue is not one or two cameras. The issue is a network of cameras. These are quite a bit different from the old license plate readers because these use AI to create a digital digital fingerprint of a car. So that is stored for up to 30 days. Now, we're talking about Flock being, and I get it, Flock being a consultant, there's what is the best practice? 30 days is what a lot of organizations have settled on. New Hampshire has the strongest laws in the country. They only allow data to be retained for 3 days. So there's a lot of debate about that and where that number came from, as well as the biggest issue for me is not a camera here or there. It's the fact that when these cameras are put out en masse, they have the ability to say, Glenn passed this camera at this time, this camera at this time, this camera at this time, this camera at this time. That's all logged, that goes into a database. Then, without a warrant, there is supervision, but without a warrant, someone can say, what are the movements of all the cars with a Jacobs from Air license bumper sticker? All these other things, that is the issue. And currently, there is no federal regulatory framework governing any of this. And the state framework is really from 2014, so it applies to the old license plate readers. So really what we're dealing with is some of the disruption that's being caused by AI and technological advances. But the issue is, for me, is this something that county governments, city governments, police departments, sheriff's offices around the country should deal with in that capacity, in which case you have a hodgepodge of regulations. And that's what we have right now. Everyone's just coming up with their own regulations, and I think they're doing the best they can. But there is literally, in Tennessee anyway, at this point, there is literally no regulation other than what those agencies put on themselves. And again, I think they're trying to do the best they can, but this technology is, there were only 450 flock cameras in 2023. There are over 100,000 now. And the growth has occurred since last August, 85%. So what does next year look like? And the next year, and the next year?
So is the advancement of the AI the biggest concern? Because this commission has passed a resolution. You've signed contracts with Flock,
No, I actually only ever signed one thing with Flock. That's another issue. I signed one thing, which was to put a camera at the John Sevier Convenience Center, which that permission has now been rescinded. When this was presented to us last November, it did not mention Flock in the grant. I did not sign a contract with Flock. Did not.
Let me
there,
rephrase.
there was in the
But
grant.
I'm saying that your
in the
administration
grant,
has
though,
signed agreements and resolutions that we've passed. What I'm getting at is that this commission, this government, both on the executive side and legislative side, have entered into agreements. And what you're saying is, at the time of those agreements, it was a different world than what it is today.
Yes.
And so that warrants us relooking at it. It's not necessarily the linear black and white of is this good or is this bad, is how is it being used today?
And also there we've discovered essentially some, I will say, issues with how the purchasing went about. The question I have for the sheriff's office is the grant that we signed. And look, the grant came to the state of Tennessee, and the title was really innocuous. When you look through, unless you're essentially very well versed in the jargon, it's pole-mounted cameras. Okay, those sound great, right? But it did not say pole-mounted cameras that had the capability. I'm thinking they're old LPRs. They're not these new cameras which literally have the capability to take a picture of your car, and then instead of being there for a day, they're uploaded to the cloud, national database that's searchable, and it's not just your license plate, it's all these distinguishing features on your car. In addition, they do have pedestrian cameras as well. Those are big issues. And also the way the procurement, I never signed a contract. The only thing that I did as mayor, I'm supposed to sign every contract. In 2021, commission allowed essentially cooperative, the use of cooperatives and buying agents. That's how they were purchased. So this never came after November, December 2018, when I did sign the grant, which contracts the state of Tennessee, we didn't hear anything more about this until all of a sudden it started blowing up.
Yeah. No, and I appreciate the context. What I'm trying to get to is what is the context of, when we all approved it, when we went through for it, what's changed to now? How does that warrant the discussion? And really, what I think two things that are going to not go away are what is the right to privacy in a public space? Courts have ruled on that time and again. And the structure of Tennessee government that has a constitutionally mandated sheriff that is independently elected.
Sure.
And with the exception of the power of the purse and maybe contractual approval, has almost always taken the step of you can't tell me what to do, and I don't care if you're the mayor or the commission.
Sure.
And you're going to have that. That's not going to go away.
Well, I think one.
So
thing,
where do we balance that?
Sure. I think one thing going forward is the grant ends in 2028. The contract goes for another 7 years.
Yeah.
Where's the funding come for that? That's something that another commission will be deciding. But
I appreciate the context. I really do.
Yes, and I appreciate that. And I do think that there are some members of this commission who, if certain phrases had been in the resolution, probably would have second-guessed it.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. I think we.
Okay, thank you.
Many of us would. But thanks for the context, and Commissioner Thompson, thanks for the work.
Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A bell rang when you were talking about some of the personally identifiable information. It's my understanding that not only can they read, bumper stickers on the car, but they also grab your Bluetooth and Wi-Fi networks.
That I don't know.
Yeah.
That I don't know.
And so they can identify.
That would be a question for the Flock CEO, but I will reiterate what Commissioner Jackson said. That company, I will say this for the record, has a very sketchy reputation. There are cities that have canceled the contract because at their presentation, they were told the cameras don't do this. Literally the next day they found out the cameras do this. We're not going to share this information with these agencies. They share the information with these agencies. So it's a lot more, I think that all of us were under the assumption that this was pretty straightforward. And to get your point, Commissioner Jay, this was technology that we kind of knew about. This is very new. And for that reason, and I think that this commission and this body, and I appreciate you all entertaining all of this, because I think this commission, for the benefit of the public, needs to understand, needs to bring this up and understand what all of this really involves, because it is much more than a grant to fight violent crime. which was what the grant, it's the Violent Crime Intervention Fund was what the grant was called. Who's not going to say I'm for that? Anybody else? Commissioner Lee, did you have a question?
Thank you. I just wanted to say to you, Mayor, I appreciate you leading this effort. I appreciate you and Congressman Burchett, and I am in court every day to protect our constitutional rights, and I think this is a very vital thing that we get it right, but I do appreciate you, and I support you in this effort.
Thank you. And if I could say one more thing for the record, if y'all don't mind. We were told anyway that this is rolling out in less than a month. And that was the real point of the emergency ordinance, is just to put a pause on this until we can get our bearings, as well as there is a regulatory environment in place before all of this happens and it's a done deal in Knox County.
Commissioner Russell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My biggest concern with all of this is that when we had the opportunity to question the Sheriff's Department on this, and they were asked for a copy of their policies and procedures that were going to govern this, their statement was, it's not finished, it's in a draft form. It is never good policy to implement something and then write your policies and procedures for it. That should have been drafted and in concrete before the first camera was ever put up. Being a U.S. citizen, we're guaranteed certain things, and I understand that the police need to do their job and they need to have the tools, but they also should have probable cause and a warrant to get any of that information. And it seems like this circumvents the fact that we have separation of duties. The sheriff has to go to the courts and prove that they have probable cause to get information. Well, we're just circumventing that and giving them total control over everything so that they can skip a step. And I love the fact that in America we do have a separation of duties. And there's a reason for that. It's because you can't trust any one individual or any one group. And that's why we're kind of all put in the place of watching over each other. That's why we have an executive branch, legislative branch, judicial branch. Thank you.
Commissioner Hill.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, I would appreciate you confirming what we've all read, is that the cameras will not be operational.
Yes, the sheriff assured me that they would not be operational until before the end of our terms, let me put it that way. And it may be, sometime after that, because the system, they're still working on the system, frankly.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mayor, thank you for picking this up with me. I appreciate that, and giving it the attention that it really deserved. For the information for commission, like I brought up on Monday at our agenda review, I had to make numerous phone calls to finally find somebody who knew something about this. Because when I finally got to the bottom that said, oh, you approved a resolution, I called the clerk's office and we were on the phone doing a search, trying to find the resolution that we passed that approved this. It didn't come up with any of the words that we were looking for until we found out, oh, it was in November. So we found it. From November until July 6th, we'd heard nothing about a program that on July 6th, we received an email saying, hey, we're launching this in August, by the way. So when the question's asked, where's the emergency? Well, here's where the emergency is. When it's July 6th, and we're launching this in August, it's less than 4 weeks. With 270 cameras, 9 drones, and working with HOAs and businesses and residential cameras, and oh, look what we're doing. I'm sorry, wait a minute, what? Let's slow our roll for a minute and find out what's going on. And then I had this ordinance in rough draft form at the 1st of July, but I sat on it because the best course of action was to move forward with a resolution and play ball and see if they would come to the table and be open and transparent. Because in the email on July 6th, it said, we want transparency. We want to have an open dialogue and open conversation. We'll pull back. We'll share it with you. I had a conversation, 30, 40 minutes long, over and over. We want to be transparent. This is what we're doing. It's what this is our plan. Okay, great. I let them know the resolution was coming. This wasn't a last-minute thing they found out about last Monday. And so moving forward with that, I was like, okay, any interview, any question, any time I was asked, it was always, we appreciate our sheriff's office, which we do to our core. In the 8th District, it's the most Republican, conservative, red district we have in the county. We love our law enforcement. In Coreyton, they even took a section of the senior center and carved out a room, said, hey, you all need to do paperwork. You need a break room. Come on out. We'd love to have you here, right? Open arms for our law enforcement in Knox County Sheriff's Office. But when you approve $1.5 million and the resolution never mentions anything about flock cameras, LPRs, surveillance, none of that was in the resolution. And so I'd have a hard time dealing with that. And so when you look over the grant, because I know there's been questions, oh, well, did you not read the grant? Did you not read it? After reviewing the grant documents, it is clear that the purpose of the grant is to combat violent crime by supporting law enforcement agencies. Seems pretty benign and vanilla. The grant itself neither specifically authorizes nor prohibits the purchase of automated license plate reader technology. In fact, ALPRs are not expressly identified anywhere within the grant. The grant does define equipment and motor vehicles, and it requires a grantee to maintain a perpetual inventory system for purchased equipment. But likewise, the Knox County Sheriff's Office grant application does not specifically state that ALPR cameras would be purchased. However, in Objective 2.1, the application states an intent to replace core IT infrastructure and expand camera coverage. The listed outcomes include improving system uptime, reducing video retrieval latency, increasing the number of areas covered by modern cameras, and low inmate on inmate and inmate on staff assaults. Well, that sounds like it's inside the detention facility. The application also identifies several eligible product components, including pole-mounted cameras, right? Like you mentioned, pole-mounted cameras, okay. Security infrastructure and fixed surveillance infrastructure, including but not limited to security fencing, cameras, motion sensors, and gunshot detection technology, but also evidence-based programming and related public safety initiatives, which some of those included evidence-based programming provided directly to individuals such as youth programming, mental health supports, career readiness, and outreach. So that money could have gone a lot of places other than ALPR cameras. My other concern in this was let me get back to my statement here. So when you talk about the sheriff's office being an elected official, it is an independently elected constitutional officer, but the sheriff has a broad authority over operational decisions within the sheriff's office The grant appears to permit the purchase of various types of camera systems, but it does not specifically address ALPR technology, nor does it establish policies governing where cameras should be placed, what data should be collected, how long the data should be retained, who may access it, or under what circumstances may be shared. These policy questions are separate from the grant itself, but are no less important, and as Commissioner Russell said, should have been the first thing on the agenda, not just buying equipment and saying we'll figure it out later when Flock tells us how they want us to do it. And before implementing countywide virtual camera center or deploying a network of surveillance technology capable of collecting and sharing large volumes of data, the public deserves a transparent discussion regarding the policies, safeguards, limitations, and oversight that will govern its use. Community engagement should not occur after these systems are operational. It should be the first step. When a virtual crime center identifies community engagement as one of its critical functions, meaningful public involvement should occur before implementation, not after. That was one of the key parts of the grant itself was community engagement. Did we skip that part? Because it certainly skipped the part where it had engagement with the mayor's office and us. And so as Commissioner Fox got into, and Mayor Jacobs also alluded to too, and these are just specifically for Flock, but their reputation it gives me zero confidence in their capability and their trustworthiness to do what they say. And these, as Mayor Jacobs pointed out, what is it, August of last year to now has been 80% of the Flock implementation across the country. So when you're talking about that many municipalities who have this system, everybody's trying to figure it out on their own because the state and the federal level have not put the safeguards, the regulations, and the policies in place to say, here's your boundaries, here's your guardrails, and when you violate that, here are the implications. Because right now, the only implications to the company are a terminated contract. That's what we're looking at. That's what we've seen in other places. So right now, these are all Flock. And it goes from Ohio, North Carolina, Colorado, California. These violations, so just to name off a few, following the Illinois audit, Evanston terminated its Flock program after discovering CBP access contrary to state law. Program suspended after records showed thousands of immigration-related searches of locally collected ALPR data by outside agencies. Another one, town terminated its contract after discovering language following allowing Flock to share information with government agencies based upon a broad good faith standard. Contract canceled after reports that Southern California agencies were sharing Flock data with federal immigration enforcement. Cameras suspended after discovery that nationwide sharing settings exposed local data to federal agencies. Another one, the city council terminated its contract after learning outside agencies and federal immigration authorities could access locally collected data. And in San Francisco, California, class action lawsuit alleges Flock permitted approximately 1.6 million searches of San Francisco ALPR data by out-of-state agencies in violation with California's ALPR Privacy Act. Investigation found, and this one in El Cerrito, California, I probably pronounced that wrong. An investigation found FBI, ATF, United States Postal Service Inspection Service, VA police, and other federal agencies repeatedly accessed local ALPR data without the police department's knowledge. They didn't even know about it. Another one, the city discovered Flock-enabled national lookup, Flock-enabled national lookup, allowing hundreds of outside agencies, including federal agencies, to search local data without city approval. The city disabled every camera. Then the last one, Illinois Secretary of State audit found Flock allowed U.S. Customs and Border Protection access to Illinois ALPR data despite Illinois law prohibiting that sharing. State-ordered access immediately disabled. So I get that some of these deal with immigration. Well, I'm not talking about immigration. I'm talking about there's laws on the books, there's statutes, there's local policies, procedures, guidelines, and the company ignored it. So if you ask me where the emergency is, we're moving forward, or had I not dug and gotten information on July 6th, would we know anything at this point? Or are we just going to find out when, hey, we're going to have a ribbon cutting, come see what we're doing at the ARC Center? That's the question I have. I appreciate our sheriff's office. I appreciate the deputies. Bless them. I mean, they do a job that many of us wouldn't dream of, wouldn't want, and appreciate the heck out of it. But this is not right. When we're looking for transparency, and this is what's on, this is the person, the company or the entity we're wanting to do business with, that's where I've got a problem. It's not the sheriff's office. It's not their intent. And I said this in an interview. If my job and duty was to protect and serve the people and keep them safe, I would want every tool imaginable to catch the bad guy faster and keep it from happening if at all possible. But at the same time, we have the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution that says our information is private. Our patterns of travel are private. You don't assume total privacy when you get on a public road. I get it. If I drive by and somebody sees me go down the road, hey, I saw Commissioner Thompson head down the road. Right, but you don't know where else I went in my day. You don't know where I went after work. You don't know where I went to work. You don't know where I took my kids to school. You don't know that information because you saw me one time. But when you get to and you incorporate artificial intelligence, and all it has to do, the only thing it has time to do is search data and come up with patterns and algorithms to figure out what you're wanting to do. And yes, they'll say it's end-to-end encrypted. I'm sorry, but when you can tell me that Knox County owns the data, sure, we own the data, but do we have the only copy? Because if it's a state grant, does the state have access to our data? And if the state has access to our data, and with every software, we've had computers around long enough, there's always software updates, right? Our phones update, everything updates. So if we get an update to our phones, the camera system needs an update. Guess what Flock has access to? Our data. And we would be fools to think that there's not more money to be made in selling data than there ever is in leasing equipment to law enforcement. So you asked me where the emergency was. I didn't want conflict. I wasn't going to push it, but that's where my emergency was with this. I've had a rough draft of this ordinance since the 1st of July, but I wanted to see if we'd play ball, if we'd have a civil, productive conversation. Let us know what you have. Let us know what you don't know. It's fine to not know things, and we'll find out later. We'll figure it out. But, so that's where I was at with this. So I appreciate the support of the resolution because I think we all have more questions than we have answers.
Thank you. All right, we have got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Thompson and a second by Commissioner Fox. Open voting, please. And that passed unanimously. Next item, please.
Item number 54 is Resolution R-267908, approving an update to the Knox County Code of Ethics.
Thank you. Do I have a motion on the floor? Got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Frazier, second by Commissioner Russell. Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if it pleases the body, I'd like to address agenda items number 54 and 55 together, if that's okay. Thank you all. So as you recall, this body, we unanimously approved and supported a review of the Knox County Code of Ethics in August of 2025. And what you have before you are the recommended revisions to the Code of Ethics, also with the accompanying rules of procedures. You received the original language, highlighted recommendations, along with a clean copy of the codes and rules that were passed and adopted by the Ethics Committee on May 13, 2026. You also have before you additional amendments recommended by Commissioner Russell. Thank you so much for those that are minor in nature and are introduced for consideration. So I do want to take a moment and thank the chair of the Ethics Committee, Ms. Deborah Stafford. She had to leave for personal reasons, but the vice chair is here, and he also served as the chair of the subcommittee that performed much of this work that we tasked the Ethics Committee to do. I also want to recognize Gary Anders, who's here present. He's also serving on the Ethics Committee. So thank you all for being here, and we're going to hear from Mr. Biddle in just a second. I also want to thank and recognize, if I can, the efforts of Mr. Marcus Kennedy with the Knox County HR Department, who acted as the scribe for the subcommittee, the Senior Deputy Director, Mr. David Sanders from the County Law Department, who participated, and the Legal Secretary, Ms. Rhonda Bennett, from our clerk's office, Haley Wilson and Kim Ellis. All of these people were present at all of these meetings and participated in this discussion, and that was a numerous amount of work and a lot of meetings. I also want to thank Commissioner Hill for attending some of those meetings. I very much appreciate that. So, Commissioners, in response to our request, the Ethics Committee voted to create a working subcommittee to meet regularly to conduct this very important work. Mr. Michael Biddle, who served as the vice chair and, as I said, the chair of the committee, led these efforts with great attention and detail. The committee created a public process page on the Ethics Committee webpage where all 7 meetings were posted, all working documents and proposals lived and stayed updated, and citizens had an online public portal for comment submissions. Mr. Biddle is here today. If you'll come forward to the podium and just introduce yourself and talk about that work and answer any questions that you may have about the process or recommendation. So I can confidently and proudly say this is work that wasn't rushed and took almost a year. So, Mr. Biddle, the floor is yours.
Commissioner Frazier, thank you. Thank you to all the commissioners here. It's great to see you this evening. Commissioner Frazier also deserves praise for attending several of our meetings as well to make sure that we were on task and behaving. I'm going to leave it to, this was a great process from our subcommittee. A lot of people here involved that Commissioner Frazier already named. So I'm just here for whatever questions you have. And also, I really want to thank Commissioner Russell for putting comments on the public forum, all appropriate, and I'm happy to address whatever I need to there, Commissioner.
And Commissioners, you have before you those additional recommended amendments already in writing. They also were posted on the forum. You also have a list of all the Ethics Committee voting members, the non-voting liaisons, the subcommittee members, and then the dates of the public meetings, with also at the bottom you have a link to the website. So if you have any questions or don't have any questions, I am prepared to make a motion. Any questions? All right. All right. So a motion to approve as presented with amendments.
All right, we've got a motion on the floor and a second, and seeing no further discussion. Open voting, please. All right, and that passed unanimously. Thank you. Next
Thank you,
item,
Mr.
please.
Biddle.
Thank you all.
May I just 1 second? I really do want to publicly thank the Ethics Committee, thank Mr. Biddle, thank you, Kim. When I tell you they all poured themselves into this, that is not an exaggeration. This is hours of work, so thank you. Thank you all so much for doing this. It was long overdue.
Thank you much.
Next item, please.
In Resolution R-267909 is approving an update to the Knox County Ethics Committee Rules of Procedures.
I've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Frazier. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Jackson. Any discussion? Seeing none, open voting, please. That passed unanimously. Next item, please.
Item number 56, Resolution 267911, is amending the Knox County Commission Rules, Rule 1, Section N, Agenda, subsection 1, to allow the Chair of Commission the ability to change the submission deadline when the meeting date changes.
I have a motion on the floor. I got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Frazier, second by Commissioner Durrett. Any discussion? Seeing none, open voting, please. Voting is closed. That passed unanimously. Next item, please.
R-26-7-912 is amending the Knox County Commission Rules, Rule 1, Section N, Agenda, subsection 2, to exclude honorary resolutions from the language submission deadline.
Thank you. I've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Frazier. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Thompson. Any discussion? Seeing none, open voting, please. And that passed 8 yeses and 3 nos. Next item, please.
Item number 58, R 267913 is amending the Knox County Commission rules, Rule 6, Section E, honorary resolutions, proclamations, presentations, discussion items, ordinances, and resolutions to clarify the definition and proper usage of discussion items.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Thompson, second by Commissioner Frazier. Commissioner Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I spoke about this a little bit at the work session, but I think that other business should be an opportunity for commissioners to address things that came up during the meeting, and not necessarily just limited to, in a sense, procedural matters. That's how I'm interpreting this new language. Is it just limits discussion of procedural matters, so to speak, and not anything substantive. And so I think that we ought to vote no on this, or put it off for another 30 days to continue to think about the proper wording for this.
Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this is a recommendation coming from the Rules Committee that's really based on the informal nature of discussion items. They don't require a vote, and so we had the discussion about maybe the agenda review was a more appropriate place for that. It doesn't really define or limit discussion items and what those can be. As you are aware, they're not a regular agenda item, and so they can be added by commissioners at your request, and they can be on whatever topic of your choosing. What we're including is really just that they're informal in nature. So I will ask if the sponsor of that recommendation has anything to add.
Commissioner Durant.
No, Commissioner Frazier said it exactly what I would say.
Thank you, Commissioner Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually meant to direct those comments to the next item, which deals with other business versus discussion items. I don't have an objection to this one. Sorry.
Got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Thompson, second by Commissioner Frazier. Open voting, please. That passed unanimous. Next item, please.
Resolution R-26-7-914 is amending the Knox County Commission rules, Rule 6, Section F, honorary resolutions, proclamations, presentations, discussion items, ordinances, and resolutions to include a definition of other business.
Thank you. I've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Frazier. Do I have a second? By Commissioner Durant. Commissioner Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is what I think ought to still be reserved for potentially substantive debate, presentations, or discussion matters not otherwise appearing on the agenda. Otherwise, it's taking away any flexibility within the body to address items that come up during the course of a meeting. So that's why I object to this and will be voting no.
Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a reminder to the body that the language includes a definition of other business because our current rules does not include a definition of other business. And the discussion held at the Rules Committee was really recommending a definition that establishes a reasonable standard that preserves broad discussion of Knox County business while ensuring discussion items remain focused on matters within the Commission's jurisdiction related to county business. And so that was the discussion, and that is the intent of this recommendation. And so I'll open the floor up for members of the Ethics Committee or the sponsor if they have anything to add.
Doesn't look like it. All right, open voting, please. And that passed 8 with 3 noes. Next item, please.
Resolution R-26-7-915 is amending the Knox County Commission Rules, Rule 1, Section O, Public Forum, to clarify the permissible scope of questions by commissioners and Knox County staff to individuals addressing the commission.
Got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Frazier, second by Commissioner Durant. Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm, on this particular item, I think let's see if I can get, there we go, okay. It says specifically in the rule that no citizen should not directly address an individual commissioner. So what has happened in these meetings is if someone doesn't like a particular item on the agenda, they don't just express objection to it and say, here's why I object to this particular agenda. They personally attack the commissioner sponsoring it. They say, you're a low down, no good, whatever. And this, the way we have it here in these proposed rules, would prevent a commissioner from being able to respond to that. And of course, we've already said that substantive debate and so forth can't take place based upon the new definition of other business. So I think it's within the contemplation of the rule that's already there that if a commissioner is attacked personally, and not the actual item, not speaking a position on the item, but attacking the commissioner personally, the commissioner should have the ability to respond to what that person is saying. If a person wants to make a statement for or against a certain proposition, that's fine. If they say, I don't like this commissioner, he's a bad guy or she's a bad gal for making this, which is where this has gone in the past, it's not right. It's just not fair. I mean, that a commissioner can't respond. So I'm going to make a motion for an amendment to this.
Can we continue discussion first, sir?
Oh, okay. If I can then, before we vote, I'd like to reserve the opportunity. And just the impetus behind what I am going to offer is that if a commissioner is personally addressed by someone at public forum, then that triggers an ability to, or say is directly or indirectly criticized or addressed, then that triggers the opportunity for a commissioner to speak directly in response to the, to the person standing at the forum. If not, if they just are expressing an opinion about a proposal without criticizing a commissioner, then that wouldn't trigger that type of ability to respond. So that's my problem with this. In its current form, I'll vote no, but if there could be, if the body would say, hey, you know what, that's right. We already say in these rules that the remarks should be addressed to the commission and not a commissioner individually. So they shouldn't be able to do that then. But that's what's been happening. And then we could have a healthy debate. We could have a healthy, robust statement from people who want to come speak, but that will deter them from just attacking the proposal based upon who is proposing it. Thank you.
Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for those comments, Commissioner Fox. I do appreciate that. I just want to remind the body, too, some of the discussion that we had in the Rules Committee, and that, you know, the language adds additional explanation to the intent of public forum. And the purpose and intent of public forum is pretty straightforward. It is to provide the citizens of Knox County with a meaningful, structured opportunity to be heard by their elected representatives. The proposed changes preserves that access while ensuring public forum remains orderly, respectful, and focused on allowing citizens, not government, to have the floor. And so to a response, this body can use point of order at any time. If you feel like there are speakers who are out of order, you can exercise point of order. Also, it is the opinion of the committee that elected officials should and do have the individual right to determine how they respond to any criticism. We're elected officials. I don't know about you, but I get criticized every single day. And so it really is, every elected official has the right and the opportunity to respond to public comments of their own choosing. This time is meant for, public forum is meant for the citizens. It belongs to the public. And Commissioner Fox, I remember at the agenda review, I did ask and request that if you had any suggested recommendations, very much like Commissioner Russell, to please include those on the forum. And I didn't see any of those. And so I just want to make that statement as well. So I know we have other speakers who want to speak to this, and so I just wanted to share that.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We all have Facebook. I've been called names. I've been called out. You've got to have thick skin. I've had folks call me up, leave a voicemail, and say a whole bunch of stuff, and then claim that I wouldn't call them back. Well, guess what? I called them back. And by the time we got done with our conversation, it was a good conversation. We were on good ground. I've had folks call me and tell me, "Man, I didn't like you." Okay, why? But I give a lot of respect for folks who will come to this room, stand at the podium, and say things face to face, and not just be a keyboard warrior, right? And so I try. My philosophy is, if you've got something to say and you want to say it, and you're willing to say it to my face, come here and say it. I'm not going to add fuel to the fire by trying to start an argument and go back and forth, because you said your piece. You need to get off your chest. You said it. We'll take with it what we can and see if we can do something about it. If we can't, we can't. But I mean, this vote in the Rules Committee was pretty unanimous, in that, and I say pretty unanimous, it was unanimous, that we don't want to have behaviors here that are contradictory to the public forum. We don't want to do anything that's going to deter the public from coming here. There's plenty of opportunity to, on Facebook and things like that, but to actually hear straight from somebody that's taken the time, paid for parking, to come here, have something prepared, and speak, I think we ought to respect them enough to let them do it, hear what they have to say, and just take it. There's plenty of YouTube videos and Facebook videos of other open forums where people have called other elected officials out and point blank said it, and guess what? They kept their mouth shut. Just because getting into a back and forth is not productive to anybody, because clearly somebody's on one side and somebody's on the other, and for the sake of the meeting and the public benefit, it doesn't do us any good. So we listen, we take it, and we move on.
Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Fraser kind of stole my thunder by saying, well, we could always call a point of order. I just wanted to point out one thing, that the speakers, if they get out of line, are controlled by a gavel. And I would just encourage Madam Chair and future chairpersons that, to enforce the rules on the speakers when they, if they do address things that are in an inappropriate and disrespectful manner. So,
Commissioner Rawls.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You recognized me that time.
I mean, I wasn't going to, but I figured I had to.
On the Rules Committee, we all understand that for a constituent to come down here and to stand at the podium, that's a lot for them. To address us, that takes a lot. This gentleman got there. Were you nervous? Okay. Like, you're a ball of energy. You're addressing elected officials. There's a lot to standing there. And I don't want us to end up in a situation where we're going back and forth with an individual who's taking his time out, whether we agree with what they said about us or not. I forgot your name just that quick, I'm sorry. I think he misrepresented my phone call with him. It is what it is. It is what it is. He got to say his piece. I'll eat it. I'll eat it, even if I believe that he misrepresented that phone call. But if we start with a back and forth, when does it stop? Do we put a time limit on our back and forth? Or does he say what he get to say? I say, then he says, then we go 10 minutes, 5 minutes. You know what I mean? It can be long, it can be drawn out, and then it becomes adversarial. And I don't think we want to be adversarial with the constituents. And I'm of the opinion that let them have their say, and it's all good.
Commissioner Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hear what you're saying about that. That's why I think there ought to be an opportunity at the end of the meeting to say, here's what because not every issue, like obviously you could respond if there's a particular issue that's being heard by the body. I mean, if there's something on the agenda, you just respond during that, and that'll cover it. But that's why I think there ought to be, if somebody just comes up during open forum and says, I got a beef, and they start going after somebody individually, the commissioner ought to have a say on that at some point in the meeting when it's relevant. Because, it might not be it's not contemporaneous next time. And yeah, I mean, I've been, to just respond to Commissioner Thompson, I've gotten plenty of harassing phone calls and harassing emails, plenty, and anonymous messages and so forth. And I don't care about that stuff. But when somebody comes in the public arena and makes statements and is speaking to the entire county, in a sense, I think that commissioners ought to have a chance at some point to address the substance of what they say, whether if it's on an agenda item, then during the agenda item. If it's not, though, somewhere they ought to be able to speak. And it seems to me that what you all are saying with these new rules is, no, you just got to, just take it. And there can be no debate within the public sphere on a particular issue that may have been raised. So that's why, it would either, to me, be within this particular rule if somebody singles out a commissioner, at that time it would trigger it, or in the other business section. So it should be an either or. And so that's why I'm going to vote no on it, because I just, one of those needs to give an opportunity for an individual commissioner to respond in the public sphere when the entire county is listening.
Commissioner Thompson. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The power of the gavel, as has already been said, is very important. Sometimes it's hard when the public is addressing us or addressing the commission, not to take it personally, when in fact it's a ordinance or a subject matter that you personally brought, any of us. And so sometimes we are very vested in what has been brought, and I will admit, sometimes that line gets crossed between this is what you brought and this, and I don't like what you brought. I don't agree with what you said. And the lines can get muddy between what you brought as a commissioner to an ordinance or resolution and who you personally are. And if that line has been crossed, then really shame on us. We need to just try to do better, every one of us on that. I do think, though, it is imperative that public forum remain a safe place for the public, period. And like every one of us would attest to, we have all been torn up one side and down the other and blasted and called everything, and then some, by people you don't even know, you know, that make a lot of assumptions. I do think that's just a part of the what you put up with when you're in elected office.
All right, seeing no further discussion, open voting, please. And that passed 8-3. Next item.
Next item is ordinance O-26-7-101. It's repealing section 58-1 of the Knox County Code regarding vehicle registration fees. This amends ordinance O-035-101 adopted June 23rd, 2003. Ordinance O-045-101A adopted June 28th, 2004. Ordinance 09-2-101 adopted March 23rd, 2009. Ordinance O-19-8-101 adopted September 23rd, 2019. And ordinance O-19-9-101 adopted October 28th, 2019. This is on first reading.
Thank you. I've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Jay and a second by Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Jay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioners. You know, doing the right thing is rarely easy. It's been on demonstration all night tonight. And leadership isn't measured by avoiding the difficult decisions, but having the courage to make right ones. We're constantly reminded that our responsibility is the people of Knox County. And so we started this, that's why we took our oath. And every decision we make should be guided by one simple question. Is this in the best interest of the taxpayers we serve? For more than 20 years, Knox County citizens have been paying a tax for things that they mostly never received. And for over 2 decades, the people of Knox County have been double taxed. It's called the wheel tax. And regardless of how we arrived here, continuing to collect those dollars is neither fair nor responsible. The next right thing is clear. It's time to stop asking our hardworking families and citizens to pay for promises that have gone unfulfilled. It's time to restore fairness, accountability, and trust in their local government and your local government. Taxpayers deserve honesty. They deserve transparency, and above all, they deserve to know that every tax dollar that they are asked to contribute has a clear purpose and delivers a real value. Doing the next right thing means putting those taxpayers first, ending taxes that no longer serve the intended purpose, demonstrating responsible stewardship of public dollars, restoring public confidence through transparency and accountability, and showing that when government makes a commitment to their people, it either delivers on that commitment or it stops asking citizens to continue paying for it. This repeal is about living up to a set of principles. It's about honoring the trust the people of Knox County have placed in us, and we bear that responsibility for people that came before us, for mayors, for commissioners, it falls to us today. It's about respecting the hard work that earns every dollar, and it's about having the courage to do what should have been done decades ago. The next right thing here is clear. Let's repeal the wheel tax and let the citizens of Knox County keep what they've worked so hard to earn. We can afford it, and the people of Knox County certainly deserve it. I'm open to any questions, and of course, you have the digital presentation that lays out the case and the financial commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Commissioner Jay? Commissioner Russell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to the double taxation statement that you made, when I go to work, they take a tax on that. I have to pay federal income tax. Then I take that hard-earned money and I save it, and I buy a home, and I have to pay a registration tax when I purchase the home. And then the third time they tax it is when they do property taxes. So I'm sorry if I'm not listening to the double taxation thing. That is irrelevant. We all get double, triple, quadruple taxed on everything. So that actually doesn't hold any water. The second thing I would say is Knox County can't afford this. We are underfunded in our roads, and I know this is the same song that I sing every month. We are underfunded in our roads. And if we've got extra money, that money should be going to our roads, not getting rid of a tax that actually would actually is related to the roads, the number of cars that are on it. So I'm very opposed to this, and I will be voting no.
Commissioner Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I share Commissioner Jay's desire to get rid of the wheel tax. It's a regressive tax, although I will be voting no to this. We just don't have an alternative source of revenue to replace this that I can actually point to and say this is definitive. You know, when everybody, the schools, the roads, everybody is raising their hand saying we're short of money.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no further questions or comments, open voting, please. And close voting. And that motion failed. Next item, please.
Ordinance O-26-7-102 is amending the Knox County Code, Chapter 53, Real Property, to add a new Article 2 entitled Housing for the purpose of prohibiting housing market manipulation by large institutional investors, restricting the purchase of single-family homes for rental purposes by certain business entities, establishment enforcement mechanisms, and for other purposes. This amends Knox County Code, Chapter 53, established Article 2 previously. First reading.
Thank you. Do I have a motion on the floor? Commissioner Rawls, and a second by Commissioner Thompson. Commissioner Rawls.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, I'm bringing this ordinance for first reading because it simply does one thing, despite what people may have read to think that it does, but it stops large-scale, out-of-state corporations and hedge funds from buying up neighborhoods and turning those neighborhoods into rental portfolios. So this ordinance restricts those outside entities from owning no more than 100 homes. When and Ms. Collins talked about it, we probably know anecdotally some other people in our lives, but when they go out to buy a home, they don't need to compete with Wall Street investors. They need to be able to compete against another person who has similar dollar structure that they have, not someone who can come in here and throw millions of dollars at neighborhoods or sit on properties and hold them. So I'd ask that you vote with me on this. There's been a lot of changes made to this ordinance. There was a meeting that I had last month on the ordinance. So I listened, I made changes. This thing has been through multiple iterations. Just some of the things that, the changes that were made were pieces that, a build to rent exemption, because I realized that there are builders out there who are putting product into the marketplace that could satisfy that missing middle or that home buying starter home price. Also qualifying what's a contract, and so things like that, all of these things. And I've met with some of the special interest groups, but I think you all should get behind this. I don't want to postpone this any longer, because undertaking something like this, there are a lot of special interests that start to pop up and say, hey, I want a piece of that. Could you write us into this? And I don't think it would accomplish what needs to be accomplished at that point. So that's my 2 cents. And thank you all for your feedback, your assistance, coming to the meetings, and so I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Commissioner Jay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Rawls, I just wanted to see if you had an opportunity to review what I had posted on the forum and had a chance to address some of those issues, or have the ability to continue to address them as you maybe go from first reading to second.
Yeah, yes, sir. Build to rent. We took the federal ordinance and mimicked that federal ordinance under build to rent, because I understand that there could be 20 steps in build to rent. So that's been seen by some folks, and they feel like it's okay.
What about the things that are already under contract or are already, in a vested process?
I think it still covers them. That's what they felt.
Okay.
So this was someone in that market who felt like it covered all the pieces that it needed to cover.
Mr. Moyers, from a land use perspective, and would you concur that I want to make sure that things that are, if this goes forward and goes into place, things that are currently in contract in process aren't going to, be altered halfway through the process?
No, that's my understanding, and if it did have that effect, it would be unconstitutional, because we can't pass laws that impact contracts. But yeah, I think anything that's currently in the works would not be affected. This is forward-looking only.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I've expressed before about this, I applaud Commissioner Rawls for picking this up and running with it, and I can't imagine the writing, deleting, editing, going back and forth. Where does this fit? What's the wording? Is that the correct tense? Is it not? And the punctuation. I mean, because as much editing as he's done, a comma makes a difference. And I can only imagine going back and forth, because this has really been your baby for a while. And so I appreciate that. I do support this. I've made comments before where I've seen this happen. One thing I have realized is anytime the federal government or any government puts in a rule, somebody will try to find a way around it. And I don't think this is perfect, but I think it's pretty darn close and good to move forward. Future commissions certainly have the opportunity to amend it if it deems so fit, but I think in its current form, it is good to go. Send it forward. Let's get this done. Thank you.
Commissioner Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like the underlying philosophy behind this. And like I said, I know Commissioner Rawls, you and I, we maybe see the roles of government differently, but government historically, even conservative governments have interposed when there has been an attempt to take advantage of a market, of the fair market, through trusts or cartels and monopolies and things of that nature. So I am for the underlying idea of this. And I guess where I fall on this is what Commissioner Thompson just said is what struck me, that, exceptions, they in special interest, they come along and they want a little exception. I want to take all exceptions out. That's where the problem I have with your initiative. Like, for instance, I don't think county government should own rental properties. I don't think any government should own rental properties. And so when I see that there's a carve-out for government to own properties not being subject to this, I say, well, I just can't support that. And same thing, I guess probably the one exception that I might go along with would be the market cap thing, just because you said this keeps non-Tennessee companies from participating. But then, of course, if it's just flat out, you can't own more than 100 rental properties, that cuts that out anyways. So that's where I fall on it, and I would like to be able to vote for it, but I just can't in its current form. And I'll leave it to somebody else if they want to ask for it to be deferred. I've already done. I've had my one deferral card for the evening, so I'm not going to ask for another one. But I can't vote yes on this, even though I would like to. So.
Commissioner Russell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I expressed, I'm very much in agreement with this, but I would like to see the exception removed, exception A, because just because someone's providing a quote-unquote affordable housing, first of all, it's going to be very difficult to monitor that, which I think is something that Commissioner Jackson had said. In addition, just because someone's providing affordable housing, they're not taking less money out of the kindness of their heart. They're getting supplemented by the government in some way. And instead of that corporation becoming bigger and the people in that company or those individuals becoming wealthier themselves, I would like to see the people who are currently in that affordable housing or wanting in that affordable housing market to have the opportunity to purchase. So I would like to make a friendly motion that we remove exception A. What I hope is a friendly motion.
A friendly amendment, I think.
A friendly amendment.
It's still under discussion right now. Commissioner Rawls, do you want the other commissioners to speak and then you can decide? Okay. Commissioner Hill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Rawls, I just wondered, and I've heard what Commissioner Russell just said, but is there a predominant, I mean, I've heard what Mr. Mullins had said earlier tonight. Is there a single predominant sticking point that outside of the one that Commissioner Russell pointed out, well, and Commissioner Fox also, that you're hearing about? other than the ones that, well, you brought up the same one, though, didn't? Was your objection, excuse me for diverting, Commissioner Fox, was it a part of, I'm sorry, all right. Is there one other than the one Commissioner Russell brought up that seems to be a sticking point? Because I want this to work for you. Just curious. Well, I've heard the negotiations that it sounds like you and Mr. Mullins have had that have been very productive and a lot of give and take on that, yet I'm still hearing, and ain't everybody going to always be happy, I get that, but is there a major sticking point that prevents the two of you from coming to an agreement?
Well, I wouldn't say that there are any major sticking points, but what I will say is typically a company, I would like to keep this affordable housing exemption because that is akin to the build-to-rent guy. That is someone who is pumping a lot of housing into the market. I mean, we just saw one that was applying for a pilot, right? That type of builder, that type of developer is putting product in the market to catch that missing middle, to catch a younger audience, et cetera. So that would be a little bit counterintuitive for me.
Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Fox, I get where you're close, but there's something you'd like to tweak on it. Commissioner Russell, you mentioned that somebody who is doing affordable housing, they're not doing it out of the goodness of their heart. It fits in their business model, and there's lots of builders out there that have lots of different business models, some of them build subdivisions in this way and some of them build them in that way, and that's just their model, that's what they do. And I was trying to equate to come up with a scenario that would, I guess, relate to something I could relate with, because I'm not a builder, I'm not a developer. But if I'm producing beef and I'm selling beef and there's a government contract out there that says, hey, we're looking for this amount of beef in this area, and I'm a local guy, and there's only so much I can produce, but there's a subsidy program out there that says, we're going to do this, and I'm going to do everything I can to fill that contract or fill that need, but I have a much larger out-of-state producer that can come in and undercut me or guarantee something that I can't do, right? Then it kills my business. They have the whole rest of the country as their sandbox. Mine is right here. And I think that's a similar scenario. What we're dealing with is there's a demand for something, but a local producer, local builder is limited because they're not sitting here with $1 billion in their reserve fund to throw $300 million into a project, and they're not financing it. It's cash. And you've got local investors who would be either borrowing money or leveraging their own assets to try to make that work. And I really think that what Commissioner Rawls has done, and he's been as agreeable as I think anybody could ask for him to have been in drafting this, to not get it over the finish line at this point, because this is still first reading. We have to have a second reading in August, and if it goes to September, it's a different commission. I don't think that's, I don't want to say that it's not fair. I just don't think that it serves it. It doesn't do us any good to kick the can down another 30 days for him to tweak another couple sentences or a paragraph. I think where it's at now is good. like I said before, it's not perfect because, as Commissioner Rawls pointed out, there's plenty of other special interest things that'll pop up. Oh, I'd like to have this tweaked. I'd like to have that tweaked. We're getting down into the minute, fine details of trying to please everybody, which nobody can ever do. And I think where we're at is a good spot to send it. Thank you.
Mr. Russell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, if it is a local person, a local builder, they're covered under another exception. And if they're building it and adding it to the market, they're under the build to rent exception. What we are allowing, this could be an outside company who has come in and purchased homes that are already existing and rent those. And I'm not talking about just, because if it's apartments, like we had talked about before, they're not going to be covered under this anyway. This is single-family homes. I actually am a landlord, and I actually own some homes, not anywhere close to 100, just a couple for my retirement. So I rent market rent. But I have friends, because lots of landlords, we're all kind of know each other and we talk, and I have friends who actually do affordable housing. They're individuals, they've gone out and they've purchased these homes, these lower end homes, and they get their money from the government. And I will tell you, lots of times they make more money net profit than I do. Net profit than I do, because they don't bother to fix those places up. They don't bother to put in new LVP. They don't bother to do any of that stuff. And those houses should be available to the people who are in need of them. If you're not providing a service, an additional service of taking care of the home, of making sure that it is a great place to live, and it's just typically my renters are someone who has recently moved to Knox County, and they want to figure out if they like it for a couple of years before they marry it. You know, they're dating. They're not ready to get married to Knox County just yet, so they're dating. But the people with the affordable housing, if you're worried about the builder, he's already exempt. If you're worried about the local guy, he's already exempt in another area. And as someone who came from a disadvantaged background, I am very passionate that people have the opportunity to work and to have home ownership and to actually have that American dream if they're willing to work for it. And I think this protects our middle and upper level homes, but it's not going to adequately protect the homes for the people who are just getting into the market. And that's really where we need affordable housing. And what I mean by affordable housing is some beginner housing where people can buy in, have pride, and work to replace the laminate with granite 2 years after you've worked really hard and saved it up. So again, that is my feeling on this. Again, I'm very much for it. I mean, even if it just protects the more socially elite in Knox County, it's still a good thing, but I would prefer to protect the disadvantaged, because that's where I came from.
Commissioner Rawls, definitely want to give you credit for, you've worked very hard on this. You've listened to a lot of different entities. And I know that you've made a lot of phone calls and really tried to make it work, and not everything's going to be perfect. I don't think, at least the time I've been on here, no ordinance or resolution's been perfect by anybody. But you have certainly been open on the forum and open to many different groups to take this on, and I appreciate you doing that. So there's no more questions. I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
Thank you all for your feedback. We're here, we're at the line, let's vote. And again, I mean, we've worked, nothing's perfect. Nothing's ever gonna be perfect. I just don't want us to be, one thing in Knoxville, and I would love, whether it's this commission, the next set of commissioners that come through, we have a tendency of like looking backwards after we're in a problem and saying, why didn't we do XYZ as a community? And I think we're missing an opportunity now, because I would hate for us to wake up like Nashville did. Nashville didn't know that they would be Nashville 10 years ago. But they woke up and the developers were everywhere, and all kinds of buildings were being built. And you guys have been to Nashville, you'll see commercial here in the middle of a residential. You'll see high-end residential in the middle of affordable homes. It's a wild, wild west. And so I just wanted to put some guardrails in place for Knox County as we move forward. And what's super interestingly enough, this isn't a problem in my district. You're not gonna get this type of land in my district to do this type of building that I'm talking about. This is happening in everyone else's district. So I just wanted us to put some guardrails in place, but here we are. So let's get to it.
We're going to open up voting. And that passed 9-2. Next item, please.
Ordinance O-26-7-103 is amending the Knox County Code, Chapter 2, Article 8, Division 4, Section 2-548, Adoption of Consolidated Budget, Tax Rates, and Appropriations Resolution, Effect of Failure to Adopt, to require the budget to be adopted in 2 readings. This amends Ordinance O-90-9-122, adopted September 10th, 1990 on first reading.
Do I have a motion on the floor? Got a motion by Commissioner Jackson and a second by Commissioner Jay. Questions? Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I explained this last week. We've been here a long time today. This is merely a chance for us, an opportunity for us to be more transparent, be more open, and communicate better with other forms of our other parts of our government, as well as provide us the opportunity, or the community the opportunity, to come in, speak to us, and give us the opportunity. I also wrote in the opportunity that if an amendment is voted down, that it can still be brought up the following week or at the following session with a 2/3 vote. It can be reapproved, the amendment reapproved, but not relitigating anything. But I feel pretty strongly that government cannot over communicate. We cannot be overly transparent, and we need to over cooperate with each other.
Commissioner Russell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only, and I think I expressed this last week, my biggest concern with this is that we have, this this year, we got the budget. Within a couple of weeks, we were in, from the time we got the full budget, till we were read into the first reading was just a couple of weeks. And so the first reading, and we did not have a workshop, an informal workshop where we met, were able to ask questions. We had the reading. And we only scheduled an hour, and we asked lots of questions. I was still learning. We were all still learning at that first reading. Unless we have a safeguard where we are guaranteed a workshop where we can ask all of those vital questions that we need to ask and get those answers in advance, I feel like this is tying our hands, because lots of times when we're in that first reading, you learn something that makes you think, oh goodness, we need to adjust that, or we might need to look at that. So my biggest concern is that we don't have, as a part of this, a requirement that we have a workshop at least 2 weeks before the first reading with the full budget. Because it doesn't do any good to be transparent if we're not informed, if we're not making an informed vote when we make the vote. It's counterproductive. It has to be both. We have to be able to be informed and transparent. And so I would like to request that we postpone this and do a workshop where we can outline the exact dates, the exact time periods that we want these things to occur, so that we can have that opportunity to make sure that we are informed before we're having to have the readings.
Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a point of clarification that the workshop that was originally scheduled was rescheduled due to inclement weather. And we added that Commissioner Jay was the Chair of Finance, and he agreed to add that to the next Finance Committee meeting. And he carved out time so that the agenda that was prepared for the budget workshop was included in the finance agenda. And then we also had an additional Finance Committee meeting where I do recall was specifically for budget-related discussion. And so I just wanted a point of clarification on that.
Thank you. Commissioner Jay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Jackson, I'm going to support your measure. I think it's fairly common sense, and it lays out the process pretty well. It doesn't mean you can't add more to it and change the structure. We have always defaulted to the finance department and the mayor to tell us when they're going to give us the proposal, because it's worked pretty well, at least for 8 years that I know of. It's been a pretty normal schedule. Sometimes we get it in April, sometimes we get it in May, sometimes we get it a little bit before, and the calendar and the schedule and what else is going on works. But this commission has always just defaulted to that team and said, you tell us what you want to do. And I think it's perfectly appropriate for the commission to say, no, your job is to present us a budget, and it's our job to set the schedule of when we're going to do it and how we're going to do it, and go and put it in structure. So I think it seems like a fairly common sense approach, but I would say pass this and enhance it even further and have this commission sit down and lay out the schedule of, we want the budget on day X. You must deliver it to us by, May 1st. We will, and you can set your own schedule right now for next year and say, this is where we want it, this is how many workshops we want to have, this is how many votes we're going to have, and it's their job to deliver it to you on the time that you ask for it, because you are the legislative body. So.
Commissioner Russell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to clarify, yes, we did discuss this at the Finance Committee. However, if I recall correctly, that was immediately after we had been given the full budget at the mayor's presentation at the stadium. So we had literally 1 hour. And I'm a CPA. And let me tell you, I couldn't digest any of it in an hour. You need at least 2 weeks between the time you're given the budget and the workshop. Otherwise, it's just for show.
Commissioner Hill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important we remember that I feel like our finance department does an outstanding job giving us the best that they've got with the information they have. And I know that many times they cannot produce final numbers because they don't have all the information themselves. There's a lot of moving pieces in this, from the federal government to the state government to our own government to all the departments going on. One little piece of the cog gets delayed and it's a domino effect. It moves all the way down the line. I will suggest that there's not a need to have to digest the whole budget in a week or two, because 95%, probably 97% of what we are given preliminarily is what it is. So it isn't like we have no idea about anything that's coming up. Worst case scenario, we get best guesses, which are usually pretty accurate. Best case scenario, we get everything except a few numbers that just cannot be completed, and it is by no fault of our own finance. It's because there's some other piece down the line that broke. So I think we should be very cautious when we start talking about specific deadlines, is really my intent in what I've just said, because sometimes those deadlines just cannot be kept by no fault of Knox County finance.
Commissioner Russell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Commissioner Hill. It is not the fault of finance. Lots of times, being an accountant, I understand you have to wait for other people and other numbers and projections and things like that. My statement is not to imply blame on any particular person, or group, but when the projections that I have been given in the past have been 5 pages. The actual budget itself is 40-something pages. The devil's in the detail. And knowing generally this is what somebody's going to get, or this is the total number we're going to spend, doesn't tell me how it's actually allocated, which is the important part. That's the part we were elected to govern. That is our job. And I'm not suggesting that we give them a deadline and say you have to have it on this day, but we need to have a period of time from the point we are given the detailed budget until we vote on it. Because I'm not willing to vote ignorantly. I would rather vote wrong than to vote ignorantly. I want to be informed. And all I'm asking is for 2 weeks to get up to speed and get informed. And I don't think that's an unreasonable request, since it's my job to make sure that I vote properly.
Commissioner Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do respect Commissioner Russell's opinion, and I shared the same concern the first year we were on commission, how quickly it went and how little time there was to prepare. I thought that there was more time this year given, and we had a workshop. I'm not for delaying this. This ordinance is specific to the vote on the budget, not the preparation of the vote to the budget. And this is just an ordinance to vote, provide a second reading to the budget at least 7 days after. I ask that everybody vote for this, as I believe it is a transparent and overly communicated thing to our public.
Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure I understand whether Commissioner Russell is offering an amendment or a friendly amendment, or just, we're just discussing kind of the budget process in general. I guess I'm asking procedurally, where are we?
My intent was to request that we postpone this so that we can have a workshop. We just finished the budget. We have one full year before we're going to vote on the budget again. If we're going to do this, if we're going to write an ordinance, and I'm 100% for transparency, and I'm 100% have no opposition to this, but we don't have to pass this tonight. We have one whole year before we go back to vote on the budget again, and it would be nice to go ahead and outline everything, because at this point, we're fixing one problem, but we're making the other issue more complicated, because if we do it where you have to make your proposed amendment on the first reading, but we haven't given ourselves that time to prepare, then they're counterproductive. And I just, again, I'm making a motion that we postpone it so that we can have a workshop, so we can put in all the timelines. Because otherwise, it's creating an issue.
It's a substitute motion, so you need
A
to
substitute motion.
You need to hit your motion button.
I don't have one.
You don't have one, okay. So we do have a second on the motion. All right, so we've got a motion on the floor to postpone 30 days,
Yes, ma'am, 30 days.
and we have a second. Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just ask the sponsor of the item. Are you willing to defer for additional
I
discussion?
am not.
All right, so we are voting on the substitute motion to postpone for 30 days, so open voting, please.
Madam Chair, can I speak to the motion briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. I just would like to hear from Commissioner Russell to the concept of eating a tree one bite at a time. In other words, is this something that we can, is this basic ordinance that is being proposed, is it something that we could build off of over the next year, but just get this as a foundation to it instead of like trying to build an expansive protocol for the budget, over a series of months, and then offering this big package legislation. Does that make sense? I mean, to me, I'm okay with just starting here with this particular item, and then we can think more about, how can we build off of this to develop a protocol, because we do have a whole year to do it, I guess is my point. Instead of doing a bunch of work and getting one big thing through, just like having it a little bit at a time. That's kind of where I'm. And what do you think about that proposition? What I'm saying.
Commissioner Russell?
Madam Chair, thank you. My problem is that this creates if we do not move, and we are going to be changing the commission, if we go ahead and implement this now, there's no guarantees that we will implement, that we have to have this in advance. I just don't want to see us getting the budget, having an inability, because we're unprepared, to make a motion for amendment, and then we've passed that by because we have such a limited time. I guess I'm just wanting to solve both. This is creating one problem, and I'm trying to solve the problem that it's creating at the same time that we're solving the transparency problem.
Right. Well, I mean, the budget could be dropped on us anyway. If this didn't exist, an administration could theoretically just drop it on us like you're describing anyways, right?
We had a very short fuse this time.
I'm sorry?
Yes, we had a very short period of time this time to prepare, which, again, through no fault of any, I mean, things happen. Trust me, I've been an accountant. I know how difficult this process is.
Right.
And it happens that way sometimes. And I just want to make sure that we aren't rushing through this and not doing our due diligence. I just want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to do their due diligence and look at how the money in the budget is actually being spent before they vote and before they give up the right to make a proposed amendment. I mean, we're getting ready to have a new mayor also. You know, it would just be nice to be guaranteed a period of time for review.
Right, I agree. I think that's something we can address in the future, but I'd like to have this in place right now, I think, is just how I look at it.
I understand your position, and we'll just have to have opposing positions on this.
Commissioner Durant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Commissioner Fox in that we should go ahead and move forward with this. There are two things that we already have in operation at this time. One, our finance committee could potentially become, if we honor our committee structure and have our finance committee vet anything, any amendments, any processes, we can amend the rules to do that. It doesn't need to be as we do it right now, or in 30 days as you would like to wait, so we can work that out. I think, and then two, the other apparatus we have in operation right now is our chair's ability to set the schedule for budget hearings. The chair could work with the chair of our finance committee on holding multiple workshops if we want to do that and have enough time. Discussing with our finance department, staying abreast of their processes and their updates and when they think that the budget will be ready. You have to keep in mind too that the school board has to pass the budget before we can even get it. So there are a lot of other processes that are involved in the budget. It's not just them withholding it and then just giving it to us to, I understand it is a short amount of time, but it has, in my 6 years in this seat, it has always been a short amount of time. But I have always called on the finance director and the finance team to have one-on-one meetings with me personally, with the mayor, with the finance team together, with our finance committee. And then by that point, when the full budget is out, you know, I have a good grasp of what's happening, what has changed, what is being funded more, what is less, all of those things. And so I think we go ahead and pass this, and then take advantage of our chair's ability for our next commission to set schedules, and take advantage of our finance chair's ability to work with the finance department on workshops and anything else we can schedule.
All right. We are voting on the substitute motion to postpone for 30 days, so open voting, please. Okay, close voting. So we have 2 yeses, 7 noes, and 2 abstains. All right, so that failed. So now we're back to the original motion. What happened? What did you do? Did you vote wrong? Did he throw his pen and were you having a fit? All right. I've wanted to do that a few times. All right, so the motion failed to postpone.
Change his vote?
Would you like to change your vote? Yeah, there you go. All right. Let's go back to the original motion, please. 9:30 is Shane's time. We are done. All right, give the girls just. That's funny. We found out Shane can't go more than 4.5 hours with the meeting, so, okay. Out your window. All right, we're just waiting on technology here, so give us just a second.
Madam Chair, after the vote is done, I have one quick announcement for the commission.
We've got public forum.
Yeah, so we want to see if these folks are still present while we're waiting.
They're getting ready to open it up. All right. Commissioner Fox, did you mean to hit your button? Okay. I think we beat it to death. Okay. Open up voting. We are back on the original motion. Shane, that would be a yes, probably. There we go. Commissioner Lee? All right, and that passed. Congratulations.
Thank you to everyone.
Congratulations. All right, we have no ordinances on second reading. Public forum. Laura Barnett is our first speaker. Is Miss Barnett here? Okay. Let's see. Michael O'Malley.
Did I do that right? Okay. Back again. Michael O'Malley, Knox County. Just want to remind everyone that this commission cut $4 million from Knox County schools last month. Also earlier this month, the state determined that this county has the financial capacity to fund not just that $4 million, but an additional $3.9 million on top of that. It was interesting to see Commissioner Jay present the wheel tax repeal. And if you look back at the agenda review meeting last week, he did mention that this year so far, Knox County has taken $6.8 million more than it initially budgeted for. And he used this to argue for repealing the wheel tax. But he also included something more, and I'll quote his exact words. Quote, "When we went through this recent discussion and it was budgets about raises in schools and everything else, we could have afforded the 6% raise for our officers, our employees, and everything. It just wasn't put in Mayor Jacobs' proposal. It wasn't that we couldn't afford it, it just wasn't there." Unquote. So I'm a little bit confused where Commissioner Jay's fiscal optimism went when it came for voting on school funding, because he voted in favor of reducing KCS's budget in order to pay for employee raises that he says we could have afforded regardless, unless I'm misunderstanding. Also, so did Commissioner Rawls, Durrett, Jackson, Thompson, Hill, and Oster. Commissioner Fox, Lee, Russell, They didn't vote for that. They voted to take away $13.3 million from our schools to pay for roads. And of course we need roads. Of course our county staff need raises. What I don't understand is why every member of this commission, with the exception of Frazier, who is not there, thinks we should dip into school funding to pay for those things. Every middle school and high school in the district lost one staff position. Our hourly workers, including custodians, lunch workers, secretaries, whose pay is already far below what it should be, will be furloughed. Teachers, custodians, lunch workers, secretaries, does this commission really believe that those are somehow less essential than roads and livable county wages? I'll at least give this to Commissioner Jay. He was fiscally creative when it came to trying to accomplish something. It's just a shame that it was a tax repeal rather than the education of our children. And imagine what could happen if every commissioner here were as creative and as ambitious in securing funding for all essential services as Commissioner Jay here was trying to repeal the wheel tax. This commission has pitted one essential service against another until they cannibalized each other last month. But imagine a county that was actually dedicated to fighting for the public good in proportion to what the affluence of our county can actually afford. We certainly could not have cut $4 million from our schools, and maybe we could have found $3.9 million additional dollars like the state says we could have. And I don't think it would even take that much creativity. Maybe this is stating the obvious, but y'all haven't raised property taxes since 1999. I said this to the school board, and I'll repeat it here. If we don't get over this county's aversion to raising property taxes, we're going to be here year after year having these same conversations as the district bleeds more and more staff positions, and the voters of Knox County wonder why their schools seem so impoverished when their houses seem so nice. So I really would just like to emphasize yet again, please fund our schools. You're talking about the budget. You got a year to figure out how you're going to fund our schools. Do it.
John Bolton. No, I just swallowed wrong. Mr. Bolton, if you'll give your name and county of residence, please. And he is on for 2 items.
My name is John Bolton. I'm Knox County resident since 1972. And I have 2 issues I just want to share. I'm here to learn. I've listened tonight and am very impressed with the load you carry, but I have 2 more I want to put on you. And I hope that you don't take offense to item 60 with what I would like to share into the minutes. Give me a moment and I'll pull it up. June 15th of this year, I got a response, and I'm sorry, I'll get your name here in just a moment, from Ms. Frazier, and did not receive a response from my district. I'm sorry, I don't know you individually. Mr. Thompson, I'm in District 8, which is your district. Had received no response, but from Kim I got this response, and I'm going to read it to you. In my question regarding rural metro, she said she would forward my comments to the emergency management leadership. And my response was, thank you for your response and communication with this emergency management leadership. I spoke with Jessica Johnson, Knox County Law Department, and Jason Davis, Rural Metro Fire this morning, and they've answered most of my questions. As a resident, I would like to ask and would appreciate if Knox County would make efforts to have a competitive marketplace bid for the fire and emergency services for the county. It otherwise appears to me that rural metro has no competition and can set rates and terms as they please. You either take it or you pay a huge penalty if you have an event. I'd like to see that change, because when I go into the market and want to acquire home and auto insurance, I can get multiple opportunities for, if there's an emergency at my home, I cannot do that. I'm running out of time.
Oh, you're going to get a little bit more time because you have 2 items. So go ahead.
Okay, the second item was just to share my experience with the property assessor's equalization appeal. In my circumstance, as a retired individual, I brought 2 properties that are across the street to me. Our 3 homes were built between 1951 and 1955. They've not been expanded, but they have been maintained. The 2 other properties were slated to increase 1.5 times. Mine was, you're asking me to pay 2.5 times. And I asked the equalization board to help me understand that. Instead, it was turned back on me to say, you need to bring evidence why whatever we said, it's not right. So I pointed out to them that the assessments they have on the other 2 properties are insufficient. You can stand at the street and see the roof type, which was wrong. One of the homes has metal, which is twice the cost of shingle, which they said was on that home. Both the other 2 properties have basements or daylight basements. Mine is a single level with a crawl space. So their square footage is substantially more than what mine is. That was not addressed in their evaluations. So please encourage the property assessor and his group to thoroughly do their jobs and help us understand why, as we try to age in place with fixed incomes, that we're going to be asked to pay greater taxes than we can afford. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
I'll listen if anybody would like to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton, and thank you for staying around. I know it's been a long meeting.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And our last speaker is Alan Hassemeyer.
That's close enough. Hell, I'll keep this short and sweet because it is, it's almost time for Gunsmoke to come on, so we need to get going. There's no action that I'm asking the board to take based on this conversation. I just wanted the board to know and my fellow audience members to know about a hidden epidemic we have in our country. It's rarely mentioned in the news. I've never seen it on television. I don't see it in most any kind of media, and that is an epidemic that is really affecting our anywhere from 15 to 25-year-old, I call them kids, okay? And it's unfortunately a greatly increasing pandemic. So what is this epidemic? It's sexually transmitted infections, now called sexually transmitted diseases. And the numbers are staggering. We shut our whole country down because of COVID. Remember that? Unfortunately, we do remember that. The numbers are very comparable to the people that have these diseases as to what we had with COVID. But there's no big national thrust to get this under control. Now, these diseases have names like syphilis, gonorrhea, chlamydia, pubic lice, AIDS, HPV. There's quite a few of them. Some of the symptoms include painful urinations, unusual discharges, genital warts, and possible blindness. This is, it's one of those things where you hate to even be talking about this. Now, some of these will cure on their own, and others they'll take more time. But Google tells us that the bacteria and viruses involved are becoming resistant to our medications. Okay, after all the bad news, I do have some good news. And the good news is that these diseases are preventable. They're preventable. Well, how can you prevent them? Well, by utilizing the gold standard of sexuality, which is chaste behavior and abstinence. Now, some people are going to say, well, that's kind of puritanical, don't you think? Well, perhaps, but according to one author, he says the Puritans may have had some problems, but AIDS was not one of them. So what do you do with this information? First of all, let's protect our kids. You've heard of show and tell. Well, let's make this tell and show. The tell part is tell them about the gold standard, abstinence. The show part is you'll have to do a little bit of work. Go to Google and say, show me photos of people that have contracted sexually transmitted diseases. It is, wow, very graphic. Now, you show these to your kids. You can approach them and say, hey, look, I found some photos online. Let me show them to you, and you tell me what you think about these. And they need to know that this is in their future if they, like a lot of their friends, are having lots of sex just whenever and with whoever. So anyway, my time is up. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Hasselmeyer. All right. Other business. Commissioner Jay.
I just want to remind our commissioners, the orientation for new commissioners will be Wednesday, August 12th and Thursday, August 13th. I will publish the final schedule on the forum so that you all can see the various sessions. Everyone in this room has gone through what will be the third and my final commission. I will be co-chairing it this year with Commissioner Hill, who will take the reins for the next group of folks and the next group of folks. And you are all welcome to join us. You will, if you do not tell me you are coming, you will not be included in the lunch count. So please let me know. You are all welcome to come in, drop in any session for a reminder, or join us for lunch, or come to any of the, or all of it if you want to learn it all again. So.
Did you say that was August 12th? And 13th.
The 12th will be here at the commission office and the conference room in the building. The 13th will be at the 911 facility.
And what time is that?
All day, 8:30 to 5.
8 to 5, okay. All right. Commissioner Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Number one, I would just like to recognize the admirable citizen participation that seems to be developing, and we have people here nearly 5 hours after the meeting started, and that's astonishing. And I mean, I think that's been a change even since I've been sitting in District 9 as a commissioner. Secondly, I just have to comment that I think we've done Michael O'Malley a disservice given the new rules, because we can't discuss what he had to say, because we just changed the rules and said you can't discuss substantive matters afterwards.
You're welcome to email Mr. O'Malley. I'm sure he'd be happy to get an email from you and explain, correct, Mr. O'Malley?
Well,
Thank you. And get with Commissioner Fox so you can give him your email address.
I think we should be able to discuss what he said. It would lead to, I think, beneficial, not that he addressed me personally or anybody else, but it would lead to beneficial, because he raised these issues. It would serve us all, I think, be edifying to be able to discuss the issues he raised. But.
Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, come to the Carnes Rugby Field right there on Oak Ridge Highway. Parks and Rec, and kudos to Commissioner Jay. He has dogged this for years and years. We're opening another kayak launch for the Beaver Creek. So that's very, very exciting for all our communities. Connectivity, and we're about to have it by water from Halls all the way to Mountain Hill.
It's very cool. Yes, Commissioner Jay has worked tirelessly on our kayak parks. Commissioner Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have school coming up. Kids are going to be going back, and Knoxville Area Urban League is doing Shoes for School on August the 8th, and they have more demand this year for shoes and school supplies, so please reach out to Knoxville Area Urban League, and I am certain that they will take some donations.
Thank you. All right. Tomorrow, I will have a date and time with our meeting with KCSO, and I will share that with you. And make sure that you give all of your stuff to Drew. She is not feeling well, and she's been a trooper through it tonight, so let's get her all the stuff she needs so she can get out of here. And I will leave you with this. Leadership isn't intimidation. If you have to bully your point, you have already lost it. It's a good thing to remember. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Have a great night.